Mary Kate, we're ready to go live.
Welcome everyone to the regular meeting at the San Rafael City Council for June 21st. I will request the city clerk to call the roll, please.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bushy.
Present.
Councilmember Hill.
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Yovan's Galati.
Present.
Mayor Kate.
Present. We are all present this evening. I invite the city attorney to report out on our closed session that we had prior to this
Thank
meeting.
you, Mayor Kay. Good evening, everyone. No reportable action was taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you. So welcome everyone to our city council meeting. As always, we have this new Zoom room tradition of showing staff prior to the beginning of the meeting, because it's not just the council that is working hard every day for our beloved city. So thank you to all the staff on the screen. We are showing our last meeting, we had a proclamation celebrating Juneteenth. And in the 2 weeks since then, something phenomenal happened. And that is the federal government took the momentous step of adding that as a federal holiday. So here in San Rafael, this is actually one of the policy areas on which we're focusing, which is racial justice and social equity. And so to that end, we are also reflecting on how do we continue to elevate how we engage with all of our residents and further incorporate these three important things in our community engagement going forward. One, we need to recognize that San Rafael is now in districts, and how do we make that even more of a positive going forward? Two, the city has been using all sorts of technology even prior to the newest technologies that we have. Really use them for outreach. We learned a lot this past year. And finally, to go back to the previous point, we know that racial and social inequality is embedded in some systems. So how can we ensure that we are conducting outreach in an inclusive way? So looking ahead, we'll be working with a community engagement expert who help us to grow our ability to connect with the entire city and not just the folks that know how to access the system, as it were. So stay tuned. And if you don't already, I'll give a shout out to our city manager and his blog, The Snapshot. Do sign up, because that's how you can stay informed about everything that's going on in the city. Couple more things. Tonight is the last meeting for Andrew Henney. I don't see him on my screen, but he might be listening in. He's been our city's director of homeless planning and outreach. And if you tuned in last week, we had a great presentation. We talked about all things homeless related in San Rafael. You didn't see the meeting, you can go to our website and look at it online. And Andrew is going to be so missed. We all know that homelessness is an incredibly complex issue, and we're grateful for everything he's done to help build a system of care that produces results. Marin County has housed 300 of the chronically homeless in the past few years, and Andrew's efforts are key to this success. We will greatly miss him. And finally, I'll close my remarks with a land acknowledgement, as it honors the original indigenous people who have lived and are living today in San Rafael. This city is traditionally home to the Coast Miwok people, and we thank the original caretakers of this land and honor their continuing involvement and stewardship practices that benefit us all. So with that point of gratitude, I will turn it over to the city clerk, who can address how the public can participate in tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. At this time, I'd like to ask staff to turn their cameras off, and thank you. Before we begin, we would like to announce that tonight's City Council meeting will include Spanish language simultaneous interpretation provided by a qualified interpreter on the Spanish Zoom channel for agenda item 6A. You can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in Zoom toolbar. It does look like a globe, and we have posted a link to the Zoom meeting in the description for the video on YouTube. As a reminder, we ask that everyone participating tonight please speak slowly to allow our interpreter to effectively express our comments. And I'll now invite Pablo, our interpreter, to provide consecutive interpretation of the statements I just made.
Good evening. Antes de comenzar, nos gustaría anunciar que la reunión de ayuntamiento de esta noche incluirá interpretación simultánea en español proporcionada por un intérprete calificado en el canal de Zoom de español para el punto 6A de la agenda. Puede unirse al canal en español haciendo clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom, que ahora aparece un globo terráqueo, y hemos también publicado el enlace a la reunión de Zoom en la descripción del video en YouTube. Como recordatorio, pedimos que todos los participantes de esta noche hablen despacio para permitir que nuestro intérprete exprese sus comentarios de manera eficaz.
Thank you. This meeting is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube and through Zoom, and viewers can provide public comment by telephone by calling 669-900-9128, and the meeting ID is 899-2635-9885, or they can comment and watch directly through Zoom using the link on the agenda. If you're commenting over the telephone, you'll need to press *9 if you would like to provide comments once Mayor Kate opens public comment. And once you hear a notification that the host is inviting you to speak, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you're commenting through Zoom, please use the raise hand button and to let us know you would like to speak, and wait until you've been unmuted. As we begin taking strides to getting back to normal, the City of Centerville is preparing a hybrid virtual meeting, public meeting model. As of June 15th, public comment for City Council and Planning Commission will no longer be received through YouTube live chat. Correspondence will need to be submitted by 4 p.m. the day of the meeting and published online. And any correspondence received after that deadline will be included with the record the following day. And the City Clerk's office will no longer be reading comments aloud into the public record. Closed captioning is available for this meeting, and it's available under the video description on YouTube, and as well as been posted in our Zoom chats. Thank you, Mayor Kate.
Thank you. And feel free to keep reminding us to speak slowly. Something my mom tells me all the time. I get excited, we start speaking quickly. So we'll try to do that for the interpreter. So the first part of the agenda is open time for public expression. This is a point where the public can give any feedback to the council of any item not on tonight's agenda. City Clerk, could you check to see if there's anyone who would like to comment?
Thanks, yes, we do have public comments. And I'll invite our timer up. There's going to be a 2-minute timer on the clock. As soon as that 2 minutes is up and your time has elapsed, I will be muting you just in advance so you know. And here we go. Pam, we're ready for you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Pam Reeves, and I live in San Rafael for many years. And I first want to say happy solstice to everybody. And I would like to say that I've been in touch with the city clerk, Lindsay Lara, and Jim Schutz, the city manager, quite often about the topic I'm going to address. And I want to say that I also have a great deal of respect and deep gratitude for their service. What I'd like to point out is that transparency is paramount to our community involvement and the betterment of our city. San Rafael has had a great deal of community involvement. It seems to be in the decline, not because the community is not interested in being involved, but for example, the consent item having someone being appointed by consent to the Planning Commission. However terrific the appointee is, this has been handled in a different way than it ever has been handled before. And that is not re-notifying the whole city and keeping it, and it's really difficult to find on the website. Lindsay has tried to help me, and you cannot find it on the website. So my key point here is the appointment of such important commissioners and board members needs to be sent out in a way that the whole community knows, and not reusing old interviewed people who have applied, because the rest of the community doesn't know that this is up to be a seat available. So thank you for your time and your consideration. I hope that you remove that from the consent calendar.
And we do have another speaker. Again, I would like to note that this is for items that are not on this evening's agenda. So there will be an opportunity for the public to provide comment on items on the consent calendar coming up here very shortly.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Victoria DeWitt. I have the following comments regarding the Planning Commission. The role of Planning Commissioner is an important one for our city, requiring commissioners to make legislative and quasi-judicial decisions affecting the growth and future development of our entire city. Next to the City Council, the Planning Commission has the most power of any non-elected body. Currently, a resident interested in volunteer opportunities with the city can check the box for the Planning Commission out of a list of committees and answer a few general questions. The application does not include any questions specific to the role of the Planning Commission. I would like to see an in-depth questionnaire for Planning Commission applicants. Qualities to look for are strong ethical values shown by open and truthful answers on the application, an understanding of the role and responsibilities of the Planning Commission, and a strong connection and understanding of our community by active involvement in civic activities. Through civic engagement, it shows who you are by what you do, not by what you say you will do. My last point is I have questioned whether the recent call for applications to fill 3 Planning Commission seats has been transparent as required by the Brown Act. Previously, a call for applications would be approved at a public meeting of the City Council as an agenda item with a staff report describing the open seat. To my knowledge, this was not done for any of the recent 3 seats being filled. Without the transparency of the Council's call for applications or informing the public as to the change in procedure, the public is left in the dark until the Council interviews selected candidates. Even then, the public may miss a special Council meeting to interview candidates because there was no knowledge of the city's call for applications. I urge the Council to always err on the side of transparency and to improve the screening and selection process for planning commissioners. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can. And are you speaking to something not on the agenda? I think the first 2 speakers didn't realize that those are items that are actually on our agenda. So
if we're dealing with the Planning Commission process, appointee, that must be spoken at the consent item agenda?
Actually, you can speak anytime because we want to hear from you, but usually, traditionally, it's actually prior to the agenda item. So you can speak now, or you can call back. It's up to you, but
let me speak now. Okay, good. My name is Shirley Fisher. I live in Terra Linda.
I'm sorry, Shirley, I'm going to ask for our public comment timer to be reset just so you can have your full 2 minutes.
Sure. Okay, good. Tell me when.
We're ready for you.
Okay, so my name is Shirley Fisher. I live in Terra Linda. I've participated in the city's appointment process as an observer, as an applicant, and as an appointee multiple times over the last 35 years. I am proud to be a San Rafael resident. San Rafael has a well-earned reputation for transparency, democratic process, and citizen participation. However, I am deeply disturbed by the Council's process tonight. San Rafael has established procedures which have been followed for at least 3 decades for filling vacant positions. Advertise a position, receive and vet applications, conduct interviews, and select an appointee. It's very straightforward and transparent. Opportunities to volunteer and civic service are available to all San Rafael residents. This process was essentially followed when John Haveman was appointed to a 1-year term on the Planning Commission in May. However, the democratic process is not being followed for the current 2 4-year vacancies on the Planning Commission. Only one position, that of an incumbent commissioner, is being advertised for applications. The second position is to be appointed by you tonight without opportunity for other citizens to apply or for the Council to choose from a full slate of candidates for this 4-year term. The city needs to follow its own transparent democratic procedures. Pull the proposed appointment from the consent calendar tonight, give public notice for both of these 2 positions, let Camille Harris, John Pravatali, and whoever else is interested apply, vet their applications and conduct interviews, and then select 2 appointees. Don't shortcut this democratic and transparent public process. It's not good for the city, it's not good for the Council, it's not good for the new appointees for public process to be circumvented. And it's a dangerous precedent for future relations between the city and its residents. Thank you for listening to my comments.
City Clerk, anyone else? We all set?
We have a speaker
Yes.
ready now.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Hi. Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you for all your hard work on so many urgent issues you are currently addressing in San Rafael. My name is Ann Husong and I live in the Laurel Place, Boyd Park neighborhood. I'm speaking this evening regarding the traffic on Laurel Place and Robert Dollar Drive. Since traffic quieted down during our long, quiet months of COVID, it has brought an awareness to the residents of the neighborhood just how unsafe the traffic is on Laurel Place now that a sense of normalcy has returned. As I stated at the last council meeting, traffic moves way too fast as cars make their way east and west on Laurel Place. Not only is it extremely busy due to the Robert Dollar Drive connection, but it is also extremely busy anytime there are closures on 4th, 5th, or Mission Street, which is frequent with all the 4th Street events, and even at times people dropping and picking students up from Marin Academy. We are asking the city for help in making our streets safer for families, residents, people who walk their dogs, essentially the Laurel Place, Boyd Park neighborhood. We are asking the city to look into vehicle speed monitoring devices, such as portable speed check trailers or speed signs that do the same thing. We are asking the city to consider speed cushions, speed humps, speed bumps. We are asking the city to consider ways of controlling the impacts of Robert Dollar Drive on our neighborhood street, such as the people zooming up Robert Dollar Drive with music pumping in their car to loiter at the parking spaces near the entrance to the fire road. This is extremely dangerous due to the fire danger that we're presented with every summer and fall. We are asking the city to consider the closure of Robert Dollar Drive between sunset and sunrise, since there are no safety implementations up on the hill, such as a yellow line for two-way traffic.
So Anne, I know you didn't get to finish, but I'm hoping you're still listening. If you could email me, because I think that's a broader conversation having to do with traffic circulation, and we'd love to talk to you and your neighbors about this issue. So please email me so I don't get your contact information when you call in, but do contact, please, and we will have a dialogue with you. So thank you.
And our next speaker is ready.
Okay.
Go ahead, Susan.
Oh, thanks, Lindsay. Okay, I'm hoping a dog doesn't bark. My name is Susan Adler, and I have lived at 331 Laurel Place for 26 years in the same house. I'm here tonight to introduce my concerns and the concerns of my neighbors in the same Boyd Park Laurel neighborhood that my neighbor was speaking of. I'm here tonight to ask the city to help us make our neighborhood a safe and beautiful community once again. The problem in our neighborhood is twofold. As we continue to suffer from ongoing dangerous traffic conditions and the compromised situation in Boyd Park. Over the past 26 years, I've witnessed Laurel Place in our neighborhood decline significantly. It is hard for me to imagine that my daughters could have had a lemonade stand in front of the house just 10 years earlier. Today, it does not even feel safe to step into the road, get in your car, or walk your dog. Laurel Place is used as a shortcut for residents on top of the hill, a shortcut from Mission to Lincoln, and vice versa. In March of 2017, a car traveling westbound above the speed limit drove into my home. My car was totaled. My yard was damaged. I no longer feel comfortable spending time in my front yard. We request that the city meet with us to discuss our concerns. We want our little neighborhood to be a safe for everybody, young and old, renters and homeowners, everyone that lives on Laurel Place. We have outlined our concerns and sent a PDF format to the city for your review tomorrow. We invite you to meet with us and discuss how we can make our neighborhood safe once again and a vibrant community for San Rafael. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. And I just offer what I said to Anne. It sounds like you already emailed us, so we have a way to follow up with you. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if it was me or somebody else. So good evening, Mayor and council members and members of staff. My name's David Smith. I live in San Rafael, and I'm going back to the whole issue of the application process for committees and boards at the city level. And I was wondering what the processes are for verifying the information that's on applications submitted by applicants, and then what are the priorities of the answers to those questions? What are the priorities used when choosing an applicant? And I was wondering if this is actually explained on the city website somewhere, because I couldn't find it. And if it isn't on the city website, then where is it? And if it isn't anywhere else, then could it be, so that people can in fact understand that process? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I know it's really confusing. To clarify, this is an item on the consent calendar, which we will we'll have a robust conversation to address some of the questions that are being asked. I'm getting a sense there's a little bit of misinformation out there, so we will be able to have a conversation about it at that time. If you have any other comments, we would respectfully ask that you wait till then, but if you want to do it now, that's fine too. It's really up to you.
We're ready for our next speaker.
Hi there, my name is Rita Channon and I live on Laurel Place. I just wanted to comment about Novato's new efforts and as how they've advanced new restrictions that would limit where the homeless can camp on public property within the city. I would love an update on the efforts to house or relocate the Boyd Park encampment. The city of Novato was able to bar encampments and related activities such as fires near facilities deemed critical by the city in areas with high wildfire risk, as well as city park playgrounds. Boyd Park is an example of what should be deemed critical in San Rafael. Can we follow Novato's lead in San Rafael? Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. And hopefully, if you haven't looked at our meeting we had 2 weeks ago, we did talk about that, and I can always send you the link if you reach out to me.
And that concludes public comment.
Great. Thank you, City Clerk. Okay, with that, I will close the items not on tonight's agenda, such as it were, and turn it over to the City Manager for the City Manager Report. City Manager Schutz, nice to see you.
Thank you, Mayor Kate and Council. I have a few updates and announcements this evening. I'll start with a brief COVID-19 update, which I think will be the briefest I have ever given on this topic, which has been so consuming for well over a year. The state's blueprint for a safer economy and tier system was retired last week, as I think everyone now knows. I went to the state website this morning to see what they're posting in its place, and it has a message that says, "Thanks to your trust in the vaccine and falling transmission rates, California has fully reopened its economy. This means no more physical distancing, no capacity limits, no county tiers, and relaxed mask guidance." So I think that's great news on the COVID-19 front. So that is my COVID-19 update. The only related item that I have is that last week we also retired our San Rafael is Resilient e-newsletter, which we put together because of COVID. We were doing it, I think, every day in the beginning and then kind of every other day for a while. And then we slowly made it twice a week and then once a week. It was our regular information blast e-newsletter about anything COVID related. We had 100 e-newsletters that we did that the San Rafael is Resilient. And I just wanted to thank our public information team at the city who coordinated with the Emergency Operations Center at the city and also the county to get out the most important information. We don't have a public information officer position at the city, so it's always a team effort, particularly with our Department of Digital Service and Open Government and also the city manager's office and other departments that would assist as well. But with that, I wanted to offer a particular thank you to Christine Foster and Sean Mooney for all of their work on San Rafael is Resilient, and thank everyone on the team for being so diligent and getting out the 100 e-newsletters and trying to keep our community as well informed as we possibly could. We'll continue to use our website, the city's website, social media, and my snapshot newsletter that the mayor referred to for regular outreach. And the link to that is, it's the city's website is cityofsanrafael.org. And then to sign up for the Snapshot newsletter, it's /news-city-manager. So news-city-manager. So in regards to other emergencies, we do have a severe drought going on right now. And I just wanted to make sure the public knew that we, the staff and the council, are continuing to work with Marin Municipal Water District, MMWD's actions around the drought. At their board meeting last week, the MMWD did not have the water new connection moratorium on their agenda, but they are meeting again on July 6th. And Mayor Kate, Councilmember Hill, and staff will be meeting in advance with MMWD staff and board member representatives to get the latest on their proposals for drought responses. We're tracking future actions as they might impact San Rafael, residences and business community and others, but also want to support MMWD in getting to their 40% conservation rate that they're looking to achieve. So that's an important part of the conversation as well, is how can we help make that happen in a way that works for our community. The next topic is regarding our June 30th, 2020 audited financial statements. For the 9th consecutive year, the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada has awarded their Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting to the City of San Rafael for its comprehensive annual financial report for the ending of the last fiscal year. The report has been judged by an impartial panel to meet the high standards of the program, and it is the highest form of recognition in the area of government accounting and financial reporting. So achieving it represents a significant accomplishment by the City of San Rafael and our staff. I particularly wanted to call out our Finance Director, Nadine Atiya-Haid, and her team in the Finance Department for their leadership and hard work in making this a possibility. When I notified the City Council of this achievement last week, I noted that by winning it 9 years in a row, the city had topped the 1959 to 1966 Boston Celtics NBA record of 8 consecutive championships, which is the longest consecutive title run in any professional sports team in US history. I was told that the UCLA Bruins won 10 college championships, but found that that was over a 12-year stretch and sadly only 7 in a row. And the New York Yankees won 10 World Series, but sadly only 5 in a row. So our finance department does still hold the record with 9 years in a row of this great achievement. Finally, I just wanted to mention on behalf of the city clerk that we do have a number of boards and commissions vacancies open right now. It's a great opportunity for those that want to become more involved in the San Rafael community and participate, make their voice heard, and contribute their thoughts on lots of different topics. We have a number of openings right now: Planning Commission, Design Review Board, Fire Commission, Board of Library Trustees, Pickleweed Advisory Commission, and the Special Library Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. So again, it's a way to be involved, work on things like the future of San Rafael, our environment, potential new library, city canal, neighborhood interests, fire services, and more. So the way to find out more about that, again, it's the cityofsanrafael.org website, and then it's /boards-commissions. And that's where you'll see that information. So thank you for the time to provide those quick updates, and I'll turn it back to you, Mayor Kate.
Thank you, City Manager. I think my favorite is the COVID one for all of us. Good job to our community, weathering this past year plus. So it's so great to be walking down the street and not have a mask on for vaccinated folks like everyone on the screen. So thank you for that. I will now turn it over to my colleagues so we can share what we've been up to. I'll start with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, it is so wonderful that Dining Under the Lights last Thursday was just a big party. It was so great to have everyone out without their masks, dancing in the streets. Great to have sort of that crisis behind us. Switching gears to the current crisis, the drought. The Central Marin Sanitation Agency had a board meeting. I attended that, and we addressed all of our usual things. In addition, we are adopting some drought measures and exploring others, ways that the wastewater treatment plant can be a source of water for our community. We are immediately doubling our truck filling capacity with our secondary treated water. It is suitable for industrial purposes. It has a fairly high salinity, so it's not suitable for things like landscape irrigation. In addition to that, we are looking into tertiary treatment, what it would take for us to have reclaimed water that would be available for a broader range of uses, including landscape irrigation. So we're stepping up and being ready to be a source of water in our community. I also met with the Loch Lomond Development Oversight Committee, that development which was approved when I believe both the mayor and I were on the Planning Commission in 2007. We are now in the second to last phase of getting that built out, and the Oversight Committee is working on all of the many details that go into that completing a development of that size. That concludes the items I've been involved in the last 2 weeks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 updates to provide. As the liaison to the Park and Recreation Commission, I wanted to raise awareness of the forthcoming Parks and Recreation Master Plan process. A request for proposals is expected to be awarded by the end of the summer and kick off subsequent to the expected adoption of our General Plan 2040. This master plan will serve to provide a foundation for the future development and maintenance of our parks, facilities, and amenities. So please participate when that comes out. It'll be important to prioritize what we want done in our parks and recreation facilities. My second update is that the ABAG, Association of Bay Area Governments General Assembly is this Friday, June 25th, and we'll consider the approval of the annual budget. Folks should be aware that the regional housing needs assessment numbers are for this next cycle of 2023 through 2031. We'll be moving toward finalization by the end of the year. So please be on the lookout for updates as those come out. Those are my updates for this week. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you and good evening, everybody. I'd like to mention just a couple of items. The age-friendly initiative, the for San Rafael, been meeting with that group, and there is a focus on wanting to get more engaged with a number of the committees and councils that are actually open right now within the city, either to participate formally or informally by just having sort of a lens as to what's happening with each of those groups. So working with Susan Anjadi Wax on making sure we find the right spots to make sure that the age-friendly team is represented. Lots of meetings and discussions continue for our unsheltered community, working hard to address that. We have more information soon, and it will be an ongoing conversation as the year goes on. And the one more item, the MWPA is continuing to meet. Again, the information that was for San Rafael, the projects that were approved will become more visible to the whole community shortly. But I am happy to share that San Rafael was the first jurisdiction to have a project launch and get approved, go through the CEQA process. So thanks to Quinn and to Chief White for really spearheading that. And not that it's a competition, but it was nice to have San Rafael out there. So it was great.
And if you could tell people what the acronym MWPA stands for.
Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority.
Yes. Thank you. So you're talking about fire prevention, which I know is something that's important to our community. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Micah. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. Muy buenas noches a todos. So my quick update, we met with the Canal Policy Working Group, and it's always great to participate with Mayor Kate as well, and the county, and some of our amazing CBOs to really look at for our community in the canal. Right now, the conversation is around the eviction moratorium, and I'm very happy that we are going to bring that into the agenda tonight. I also participated in the interviews for the Pickleweed Advisory Committee, and I'm super excited to have some great candidates that they're going to be appointed tonight. And also, as City Manager mentioned, we still have some more spots available, especially for youth. So if you know of anybody who might be interested, we would love to fill all those positions. And then lastly, we had a meeting with TAM, Transportation Authority of Marin, last Friday with City Manager and Public Works and a couple of other representatives, just talking about the 101-580 connector and seeing if we can get a little bit more data from them about the project that involves San Rafael. So I look forward to continuing those conversations. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just have a few to add myself. I wanted to build on what Vice Mayor Bush was saying about the Central Marin Sanitation Agency and the reclaimed or the processed water. San Rafael Sanitation, of which both the Vice Mayor and I are part of that, that's the type of, when you flush the sewers, that water, we've been using San Rafael Sanitation, using that water to flush the sewer lines and not potable water. So that's kind of the wave of the future. And we're really grateful to MMWD for those conversations and to CMSA to figure out how can our agencies support each other. So wanted to mention that. I continue to participate in the Marin Recovers, which is the Economic Recovery Forum being held by the county. What can we do in our cities as well as cross-jurisdictionally? Dine Under the Lights is a good start, but what can we continue to do to build on that? In addition, we had a SMART meeting, which was not its usual 3.5 hours. So that was good. We got our work done within an hour. It was a pretty straightforward meeting. And then finally, Councilmember Kurtz had mentioned this. We continue to have meetings with Caltrans, Senator Mike McGuire, and the County of Marin to work with getting the folks who are unhoused under our viaduct into housing. And we're grateful for all those agencies as we continue to get solutions for those folks. So always a busy group. Thank you for all that you do and for taking the time to share with our community. Okay, so with that, we are going to move to the consent calendar. And I will go ahead and remove 5B and 5C, as I think there's some confusion out there. We already heard some public comment about that. So I will go ahead and pull those two items so we can speak to that, as well as item 5G. I think there's been a request from right, Councilmember Hill to pull 5G. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, nodding your head. Okay, so so this is for the council. If you want to hold either 5A, D, E, or F, please let me know. If not, I will then ask the public if they would like us to hold 5A, 5D, 5E, or 5F. And if they don't, then we can vote on that part of the consent calendar before we go back and do the work for the items that are pulled. We are getting government 101 today. We are working on this. So let me ask the first question again. So do any of my colleagues want to pull any additional items other than 5B, 5C, or 5G? No. Okay, seeing that, City Clerk, could you find out from the public if there's any item besides 5B, 5C, or 5G that would like to be pulled?
Or if they would have any public comment on those items?
Well, no, the public comment would be on 5A, 5D, 5E, or 5F.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay. So say it again. So, well, actually, I won't say it again because I feel like I'm just making it more confusing.
Yeah. So if you would like to provide public comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. And if you're commenting by phone, please press *9 now.
And this is comments on 5A, D, E, or F. And actually, there's none.
I see no public comment.
I was going to say, okay, great. So I will bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to approve 5A, D, E, and F?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yelens Gladi.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries for those items 5-0. So let's start with 5B. City Clerk, am I turning it to you for some information? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kate and members of the City Council. My name is Lindsay Lara. I'm the City Clerk, and I have the honor of managing the recruitment process for our Volunteer Boards and Commissions program. The item before you this evening is a recommendation to appoint Camille Harris to serve on the Planning Commission due to the expired term of Commissioner Berenice Davidson. We have received correspondence from community groups and members regarding our boards and commissions recruitment process, similar to the comments you heard this evening in open time, which has been attached to the agenda online and forwarded to the City Council upon receipt. I'd like to say that I am very proud of the outreach and the work that we do to recruit for applicants to serve on our boards and commissions. And over the last 5 years, we have seen substantial increases in the number of applications that we receive whenever we have a recruitment open. The reason for that substantial increase is because we utilize social media, mass email notifications. Anyone can subscribe to receive an email notice of every single vacancy on our board and commission at www.cityofcentrafell.org/board-commission-guide. Many members of the community are signed up for this service, and we also suggest always subscribing to our city manager's snapshot newsletter at www.cityofcentrafell.org/news-city-manager, because snapshot always includes information about our vacancies. In addition, we post information physically at our community centers and our libraries in an effort to get as many applications as possible for our vacancies. And as it was mentioned in both the City Council reports and our city manager's report, right now, we're recruiting for vacancies on multiple boards and commissions, including the Planning Commission, and any resident who is interested in serving can apply online for those positions at www.cityofcentrafell.org/boards-commissions. And lastly, as Mayor Kate had discussed in her opening remarks, we're always looking to further expand our community engagement and outreach, and have various efforts underway now, including working with the consultant whom Mayor Kate had mentioned earlier this evening. So that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional questions from the council on this item? Yes, Vice Mayor.
In my memory, I seem to recall similar situations where we have had openings that happened not simultaneously, but very closely timed, and where for efficiency purposes, the efficiency of us doing the interviews as well as the applicants, we did multiple appointments at one time. Would you say that that's common, or can you maybe think of a couple of particular examples of when we've done this before?
Yeah, I would say that that's tradition that we've done in the past when we have recent application and interviews. I would say most recently we did that with Board of Library Trustees and Cheryl Lentini, I believe. That's just off of my memory. But yeah, that is commonplace just for a matter of saving time, efficiency, and especially for this round, our application pool for the Planning Commission, for example, and the Fire Commission, which we also interviewed on May 10th. That period was open from January 27th through the end of April. And we held our interviews on May 10th. So that was a really long application period, which we did receive multiple applications to serve on those commissions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Additional questions? So if you, and I think City Clerk, you mentioned this in your staff report, it seemed that some of the public comment we've received already seemed to infer that for both B and C, that appointments were being made on consent without interviews. But if you confirm that everyone who is being proposed for these appointments in both of these two committees filled out applications and had interviews with the council.
That is correct.
Okay. So I don't see any other questions at this point. So I will open it up to the public to comment on City Clerk, both on B and C, or just on B?
Let's just do B for now because I really spoke to that.
Okay.
So if you are a member of the public and you would wish to provide public comment on item B, which is going to be related to the Planning Commission appointment, please go ahead and use the raise hand feature if you're in Zoom, or if you're calling, you can use, you can press *9 now. And I do see one public comment. I'll also add that we do have our 2-minute timer. We will be muting right at 2 minutes, or right when the 2 minutes is elapsed. We're ready for you.
Hi, my name is Scott Ferrick. I've been a resident here for Terra Linda for 17 years. And I just want to call to voice off on how the process of filling the applicants has been necessarily vetted out. I feel as if it's been kind of like a quick decision, and really looking upon the skill sets of the applicants. None of them have real significant experience in the planning of urban development or design or architecture that would actually lead to a positive impact and influence on the Planning Commission. So because of that, I don't think you have qualified candidates for this. And until we actually have qualified candidates for that, I would like to actually have a pullback on this this confirmation for the Planning Committee city for tonight. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. It's Victoria DeWitt again. I wanted to respond to what Mary Beth Bushy, Vice Mayor Bushy had said. And the issue that I was addressing was that on January 27th, the City Council appointed Eli Hill to the council and left an open seat on the Planning Commission. What wasn't done was the council never called for applications to fill his seat. Evidently, there was advertising done, but there was never anything done at the City Council like what was done in the past for prior vacancies, where there was an agenda item where the staff report, the city clerk would prepare a staff report and recommend that the council call for applications to fill the seat. I don't believe that was ever done. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that was ever done. And that's part of the issue that I raised in my prior comments, is that the call for applications is no longer being done by the council on an agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. DeWitt. And just to be clear, I let you, enabled you to comment again. We want to be very clear. So you've already commented. We want to have the input. You can always email us, but please, if you've already called in on this item, let's leave the time for people who have not yet commented. So.
And that does conclude public comment for this item.
Okay, so let's bring this back. I don't know if there's further comments. I'll have comments, which I know there was concerns about qualifications, and I actually, it kind of made me laugh. I don't want to say laugh. It gave me pause because when I was appointed to the Planning Commission, I actually didn't have any land use history, and neither did Vice Mayor Bushy. She's nodding her head. And so part of what the Planning Commission and all our boards and commissions is to have an inclusive voice, which means that the broadest net possible. We do have specific categories on the design review board that are landscaping architect, because those are advisory and we need expertise. But I do want to put that out there and to have maybe invite our community to actually think about how we can be the most inclusive, and if that we only enable people that have already met certain requirements, then other voices might not be elevated. So it kind of made me smile because luckily I was a quick learner, as was Vice Mayor Bushy. I think we both served, I think I served 8 or 9 years on the Planning Commission. I've been 9 years on the council. So again, just another personal perspective that I wanted to share. Are there additional questions or comments on this agenda item? Otherwise, I'll call for a vote. Okay, could I have a motion, please, on item just 5B?
I will move to approve the appointment of Camille Harris to fill the 4-year term to the end of June 2025 on the Planning Commission.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadin Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Next item that we had pulled was 5C. Also, we figured we were getting questions and concerns around committee appointments. So City Clerk, if you could speak to this one.
Yes, thank you. I'm still Lindsay Lara, still the city clerk, and my comments are the same. It's the same. We did go through the same process. The recommendation for this evening is to approve appointments of Kate Sprague, Louise Yost, Rosa Vasquez, and Nancy Palacios to fill 4 four-year terms to the end of December 2024 on the Pickleweed Advisory Committee due to the expiration of terms of Jenny Browering and Louise Yost and Lou Fawn. So I will also state that we did go through the same recruitment process that I had mentioned previously with our Planning Commission. And we also included reaching out to Canal Alliance as well and making sure that that was posted on Facebook through them. If that concludes my report, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, City Clerk. Additional questions for Madam City Clerk? Okay, not seeing any. I welcome the public to comment on item 5C of the agenda, of the consent calendar.
So once again, you can utilize the raise hand feature, or if you're calling by telephone, please press *9. I'm gonna give everyone a few seconds. I see no public comment.
Okay, I will close public comment on this item, bring it back to the council for additional comments or a motion.
Since I was on the interview committee, I'll be very happy to make a motion to approve the appointments of Kate Sprague, Luis Jost, Rosa Vasquez, and Nancy Palacios.
Second.
Did I say to the Pickleweed Commission?
No, you're good. You're good. They moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yerens Galati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. And thank you. I just have to say thank you to our community for wanting to be so involved. These are volunteer positions, and we are grateful at the caliber and quality of people that continue to put their name in the hat. And we will work to expand that hat even bigger, make it even harder on the 5 of us to make these decisions, which are already quite challenging because we have amazing people in our community. So, so thank you. The other item that was pulled was item 5G. So is there Director Guerin, I will hand it to you and hi, Assistant Public Works Director Miller. I will hand it over to you two.
Actually, Mayor Kate, before we start on this, I need to say that with respect to this item, I had previously conveyed in the May 3rd meeting that I had analyzed whether I had a conflict of interest arising from my residence's proximity to the project and concluded that there was a conflict that disqualifies me from participating in this item. So I discussed this with the city attorney, and the city attorney agreed. So in this light, I will be abstaining from this item. City attorney, would you direct me to disable my camera and step away from the virtual dais before this is considered?
That would be fine. We would handle it differently if we were in the chambers, but why don't you go ahead and do that, Councilmember Hill? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. So he is removing himself. So unless there are additional questions from the Council for Director Guerin or Assistant Public Works Director Miller, now I understand it was pulled because of his concern about the conflict. Do we see any additional questions? Okay, so sit tight, Bill and April, while we open this up to the public for any comments on 5G.
Thank you. And if you wish to provide public comment, please press *9 now if you're calling in, or if you're watching through Zoom, please use the raise hand feature, and I'll give everyone a couple moments. I see no public comment.
Thank you so much. I will bring it back to the council for a motion, unless there are additional questions or comments.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Should
I read the whole thing?
No, you can. I think you can just say 5G, right, City Clerk?
That's fine.
5G on consent.
And a second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Noting for the record that Councilmember Hill is absent from the meeting with his camera off. Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yerens Galati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Thank you, DPW, for being at the ready. We will see you maybe later on this evening. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, the consent calendar, we have completed that. We invite Councilmember Hill back. Nice to see you back in the Zoom room. And we'll move to the public hearing. The first item is the considering eviction moratorium through September of 2021. And the city clerk, I think you're going to speak to how the interpreter and the interpreter to announce how the public can access interpretation.
Yes, I know that we did announce this earlier this evening, but just for anyone who's hopped on since then, I wanted to just kind of go over the process for Spanish interpretation. You can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It does look like a globe. And we have posted a link to the Zoom meeting in the description for the video on YouTube. As a reminder, we ask that everyone participating tonight speak slowly to allow our interpreter to effectively express your comments. And now I'll invite Pablo to say the same thing I just said in Spanish.
Muy bien, gracias alcaldesa Kate. Para la interpretación en español, puede unirse al canal en español haciendo clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom, que ahora aparece un globo terráqueo. Hemos también publicado un enlace a la reunión de Zoom en la descripción del video en YouTube. Como recordatorio, también les pedimos que todos los participantes de esta noche hablen despacio para permitir que nuestros intérpretes expresen sus comentarios de manera eficaz.
Thank you. So now I'm just going to take one moment and assign him as the interpreter. So I'm going to toggle him. There'll be a moment, and that's when you'll see the globe come up. It'll be as soon as I assign him as the interpreter.
Okay, and while the city clerk is doing that, remind all of us to speak slowly. Director Judici, you'll be starting off, and despacio. We have to keep reminding each other to speak slowly. So, Madam City Clerk, if we're ready, can I turn it over to Director Judici? Okay.
We are ready. Thank you, Mayor Kate.
Okay, Director, go ahead.
May I have the City Clerk provide me with the ability to share my screen? And I would welcome any reminders to speak slower. Just confirming that you can see my screen at this point.
You can see that and your desktop, so maybe you want to, there you go.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor Kate, and good evening, council members. So I will be presenting the eviction moratorium for tonight. I've also invited Lily Thomas from the County of Marin to provide additional information, so she will be joining me in this presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and give, kind of do this in 3 steps. Provide you with some background information on the proposed moratorium, and some background on where we kind of started about a year ago. Then I'll invite Lily Thomas to provide some information on the rental assistance program. And then I'll provide some information on some comments that we received in our response to those comments. And I also wanted just to take this opportunity to provide some information on where somebody can get information on rental assistance. And you can do that by going online at www.marincounty.org/divisions/housing/renter-and-landlord-resources, or by phone at 415-473-2223. And I will bring this up again at the end of my presentation so that anyone interested can have a chance to see that again. So I'll go ahead and start with just some background. In March of 2020, the Marin County, well, first of all, we started with a statewide COVID emergency declaration. And at that time, Marin County also declared a state of emergency throughout the county, and around the same time adopted a countywide eviction moratorium banning evictions for COVID-19 related reasons. So the county's eviction moratorium actually was able to encompass all of the cities within the county because their authority was extended because of the state of emergency. So at that time, that also included the city of San Rafael. The county extended their moratorium 4 times after its initial adoption, but then in September, the state adopted a statewide eviction ban. through adoption of AB 3088. And that happened again in September. This statewide eviction ban preempted the county moratorium, and it was intended to remain in effect until February of 2021. In January of 2021, as our COVID emergency continued, the Marin County Board of Supervisors again adopted a countywide eviction ban because, the statewide eviction was coming to an end, and it was unclear whether the state would adopt an extension. There was an expectation that there was an extension coming, but the county wanted to assure that there was no gap between the expiration of the state's eviction ban and putting tenants at risk of eviction. However, a couple weeks later, the state did eventually adopt an eviction ban extension, and that extension goes through July 1st under SB 91. That date is approaching pretty soon here. There's an expectation that the state will again adopt an extension, but without anything, the county has adopted their own Marin County eviction ban, and because the state emergency declaration has expired on June 15th, the countywide authority is now limited, and they can only adopt an eviction ban that applies to unincorporated areas of the county. So for that reason, cities are needing to adopt their own eviction moratorium. And this is why you see this eviction moratorium before your council tonight. There is an expectation that this additional time that we are gaining with this eviction moratorium will provide the county with additional time to distribute funding available to renters that are in need of assistance. So at this time, I'm asking Lily Thomas to come join me and provide some information on Marin's emergency rental assistance program and provide some data to your city council.
Thanks, Ellie. Thanks, Mayor and council members. Lily Thomas with the Marin County Community Development Agency. And I am currently, as part of my response to the pandemic, I'm overseeing the countywide emergency rental assistance program, which currently has about $26 million in funding available from both state and federal sources. We have had, we've been up and running. We got our first allocation in March of this year. And prior to that, the county was collaborating with some of our local community-based organizations and the Marin Community Foundation to provide rental assistance that started. So for the past year, we are providing a local rental assistance program. And to date, we have about 2,300 people who have requested assistance since March when the county took over the program, and we have distributed about $7.7 million. Since April, since we began the whole program of San Rafael residents, we have about 2,200 who've applied for rental assistance, and we have granted a little over 1,100 of those who've received assistance. And one thing that I would like to make note of is that given the restrictions that are on the program currently through SB 91, a number of households are not eligible for those funds who otherwise would be in need of rental assistance. Some of those barriers that we've identified include people who have borrowed money from other sources and paid their rent, and then are carrying that debt from back due rent, even though, and then they're not eligible under the way the state has structured the program because the funds have to be paid directly to the landlord. The other type of people that we're seeing that are not eligible for the program are people who are subleasing an apartment and don't have a direct lease with the landlord. So those two cases are barriers to participation. I think that gives kind of a general overview about the program. Allie, did you want me to talk about kind of what we are intending to do to ramp up the program?
Yes, it would be helpful.
Yeah. So as we, as the county extended our eviction moratorium through the end of September, that aligns with some dates that are in our in the state's guidance about the percentage of funds that are supposed to be spent by the end of September. And we also think that it'll give us time to fund more, to pay more of our applications and address more of the applications that are in our current queue who are waiting to be funded. We're adding additional staff that have been that were previously mobilized to help with vaccines and other kind of public health related activities, and they are being reassigned to the rental assistance program because we're seeing that really as the next public health issue that needs to be addressed, is making sure that people are not facing eviction when the eviction moratorium expires, whether it's the 1st of or the end of June for some renters throughout Marin, or whether it's the end of September. So that's the priority, is we're reallocating staff and resources to assist with the rental assistance program. And then we're currently averaging a little over $500,000 a week. And with the new staff, we hope to, increase that. I think that concludes.
Okay. So going on to the next slide, there were some comments that we received that have been forwarded to your city council. But there were a couple of comments that we felt it would be beneficial to make some changes to the ordinance at this time, specifically under page 1.5, under the definition of notice demanding payment of rent. Just adding a clarification that the notice for demanding payment of rent includes, so I'll just go ahead and read it. Means any notice demanding payment of rent or any notice informing a tenant of termination of their right to occupy the residential unit in accordance with applicable California law for non-payment of rent, including but not limited to a 3 or 30-day notice to pay or quit. And then there's one other on page 1.6 under section 6.1A.3. This is related to the ability to evict a tenant. The recommended change is to delete the last phrase where it says, including the case of judgments entered prior to the date of this ordinance. There was a concern that this section would be applicable to something kind of in a retroactive way, and was not the intent of this ordinance to apply to something that would have occurred prior to the pandemic. So those are the two changes that staff is recommending. At this time, I would like to invite our Assistant City Manager, Lisa Goldfein, if there's anything more that she would like to provide on these two sections and changes.
No, I don't think I want to add anything. If additional questions come up, we can address them.
Okay. So that concludes our report. At this time, I want to just provide the City Council with options. The first is staff's recommendation to take action by adopting an eviction moratorium as an urgency ordinance. Option number 2 would be to adopt ordinance with modifications. And option number 3 would be to direct staff to return with more information. And then action number 4 would be to take no action. And actually, I'd like to modify my recommendation, given that we propose modifications, that I would recommend option 2, to adopt ordinance with the modifications the staff is recommending. And as mentioned earlier, I'm going to go ahead and provide the location where somebody can get information on rental assistance. Leave it here for a second. Again, that's www.marincounty.org/DEPTS/CD/divisions/housing/renter and-landlord-resources, or you can call 415-473-2223. Thank you. That completes my report.
Thank you, Director Giudice. You can stop screen sharing. Thank you. So we can see each other. And I think I have one comment. Actually, I know we're supposed to ask questions, but having you just gave that long URL, if we could have that, I think it is already on the city website, but have it in a prominent place. I don't know about you, but I like to copy and paste those things when it gets longer than 17 characters. So if we can let the community know that will be easy to find on our website. So at this point, I will invite my colleagues to ask any questions prior to comments, and I will go ahead and call on each of you because it's easier in the Zoom room. So if that's okay, Councilmember Kurtz, I'll start with Vice Mayor Bushy, and then I'll go to you. Okay.
I have no questions, and I'm prepared to support the matter when the time is correct.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions. I'm also prepared to support the measure or the recommendation. Lily, can you bring up the slide again on the rental assistance? I'm not sure I'm understanding the numbers correctly, if they're cumulative or if they are independent. So from March, if I'm understanding this, so we have I'll say 2,400 residents since March 2021. And and then since April 2020, it's 2,300. So are we really talking in total 4,600 or is that the same?
Yes, sorry, this is a little confusing as I'm looking at it now. The 2,600 are people who've requested assistance since March of 2021. So since the county took over operation of the rental assistance program. And then, we also have some rental assistance that was given to our local CBO, our community-based organizations who've been distributing it. And that is that number of the 3,100 applicants and who received funding through those other sources. These are the number, and that's a total folks who received it through Community Development Block Grant that your council allocated towards rental assistance is one of the sources, county general funds, Marin Community Foundation, and then some of our local nonprofits have had their own funds. So there's a variety of one. We have a master list so that we're all working together and coordinating together, and that's that number, the 3,100 that have received through those other sources.
And okay, thank you for that clarification. And then the SB 91, if the two constraints you shared were borrowing money and if they're subleasing, if somebody has received assistance, is that also a constraint or is this borrowed money, where is this borrowed money from?
Typically people are borrowing money from friends, relatives, employers. It's a range of, there's a range of sources where people are borrowing it from. They're often people who are feeling precarious in their housing or uncomfortable with pushing and taking their rights that they had under the SB 91. And so we've often found that some of our most vulnerable renters, the lowest income folks, people who are immigrants, not native English speakers, are the folks who are paying their rent and are on time because they've borrowed it from other sources and are still carrying that debt. That's the barrier that we're seeing. If you've received rental assistance from some other source, you can receive rental assistance through our program as long as it's not paying for the same amount. And that's that whole deduplication that we're doing with a unified list when we're working with all of our local rental assistance providers to make sure that there's no duplication. But most of the rental amounts that were being given out previously were fairly small. They were paying 1 or 2 months. Under the county's program, under the SB 91 guidelines, we can pay 80% of rent that was due between April 2020 and March 31st, 2021. And then a property owner is asked to forgive that remaining 20%. And then this gets complicated. But April, May, and June, we currently can pay 25%. And we're waiting for the legislative amendment of SB 91 to make that change so that we can pay 80% for those 3 months. But it was baked into the legislation that we can only pay the 80% for that year. So that has been a bit of a challenge in communicating that with our property owners. But that again has been a barrier to participation.
I mean, I think there, you know, and I know the county has really helped a lot in terms of providing assistance to complete the application and the whole process. And that in and of itself has been a real challenge, much less even understanding what you just talked about. And the implications around all that is a huge challenge. And I think if you just, in day-to-day language, if you talk about somebody who potentially lost their job as a renter, lost their job March 2020, has not been at work for the entire period of time and maybe is just being able to go back. They've been accumulating a set of debt on rental assistance, not working, or sorry, I didn't say that correctly. Accumulating a debt for outstanding rent. Now that hopefully, you know, everyone's returning to work, a work situation, there's still this accumulated debt that you'd hope people would be able to get out of, which is already difficult. And what we do know from the community and what we heard even before the pandemic, our renter community was highly impacted. So COVID, great, thank you very much, only amplified the problems because the renters have had these problems way before. So in terms of speaking about the eviction moratorium, which I, you know, absolutely do support, I'm concerned that what other tools does the county have in the toolbox, right? In addition to this, because say we go middle of September and all of a sudden we're still sort of in the same feeling that we're going to have renters being impacted because they're never going to be able to catch up. Right? They're still carrying so much debt. How does somebody catch up over a year of not working when you were already living paycheck to paycheck, if that, subleasing situation? So I'm wondering if the county's already looking at or thinking about other tools. I mean, this is good. It's needed, but what else?
So yes, I think that's a definite concern, especially when you look at the number of our low income households who are paying 50% and more, you know, up to 90% of their income towards rent, that obviously they're much more vulnerable to, if you miss a few months of income, that really sets people back. And when it's been a year, like it has for many of our households, it's a big hole to get out of. And, you know, we have a contract with our district attorney who runs the consumer protection unit, and one of their we've given them additional funding this year so that they can provide information to renters or to property owners primarily, and they have noted that there has been a significant uptick of landlords requesting information about their ability to evict as of July 1st. So it is definitely an ongoing concern that we have, that, you know, there is a possibility that there's a significant number of evictions, which is, you know, a public health issue as well as, you know, an issue with displacement in our communities. So, you know, what our board said that when they extended the eviction moratorium to the end of September is that we would be reporting back regularly on our progress with the rental assistance program, as well as closely monitoring the state amendments to SB 91 and reporting back on them. And they would be considering whether they should extend the eviction moratorium beyond that. I I'm not sure at this point whether the state is going to extend the eviction moratorium, but we have heard that they will be making some changes to SB 91, and hopefully there will be some additional flexibility so that it can address some of those things around, for example, the renters who have borrowed from a third party to pay their rent, but then are still carrying that significant rental debt. We also have we'll be receiving our third tranche of funding. We had one from the US Treasury, the second one was from the state, and the third one is from the American Rescue Plan. And those dollars are more flexible. So once we've gone through our state dollars, the SB 91, then we'll be able to dip into those, and those will be able to extend. They don't have such a tight timeline for spending them. So I think that we'll be able to be a little bit more strategic in making sure that we are reaching the folks who are most vulnerable. So I'm hoping that those will be tools that we'll be able to use. But I do think that as policymakers and those of us who are concerned about preventing displacement, we really need to stay on this, and we can't just assume everything, the COVID is over, the pandemic is over, and everything is fine. That there's many people in our community who are going to be facing implications of this for years to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And can you just clarify, I have a question in terms of the rental assistance. Is it going to the renter or is it going to the landlord?
The program that the state designed is that it goes directly to the landlord unless the landlord says that they will not participate. And if the landlord says that they won't participate in that 80-20 where we pay 80% of the back due rent and they're asked to forgive the other 20%, so that for that year, a tenant should come out with no rent debt. If a landlord says that they do not want to participate, then we can pay 25% of the back due rent, and that can go directly to the tenant, who can then pay their landlord. So that's the thing. If the landlord won't agree, then we can pay the 25% directly to the landlord, and that's intended to stabilize somebody under the SB 91 guidelines that say that if you pay 25% of your rent, you can't be evicted during that period.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. That's it for right now.
Yeah, no, thank you. Excellent questions. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kurtz actually hit 3 of the questions that I had, including the apparent discrepancy on the slides. Thank you, Lily, for clarifying that. And actually, your comments clarified several things. I think what I've taken away from your comments is that there's still a fair amount to be figured out in terms of how to disperse, how to make sure applicants' needs and landlords' needs are going to be as close to met as is allowable in the time frame that we have. By some interpretation, it could be said that we're somewhat kicking the can down the road. I think it's completely appropriate. The alternative would be a disaster for our community in Marin. So I will be supporting approval of this. So thank you. I'll let those conclude my question/comment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sculati.
Yes, so thank you so much for the presentation, and also Lily for the amazing work that the county is doing, also like the city of San Rafael. I participated in one of the 2 events that you hosted, and that was incredible to see. So I'm really happy that we are bringing this extension of the moratorium, the eviction, until the end of September. There's definitely funding there, so it's great that we will have a little bit more time to make sure everybody can benefit. You answered a little bit one of the questions I had regarding SB 91 around the requirements, because there are so many requirements right now. So I guess that I know that you are advocating at the state level as well. Do we have any idea at all when they are going to come out with, or they're still like working on it? Could it take like a month, 2 months?
It's really dicey. When they passed SB 91, AB 3088, which was the previous eviction moratorium, they were negotiating it at like 11 o'clock the night before that it was set to expire. So, I would say that I would expect something, if they're going to make any significant changes around the eviction moratorium, that they do it before the end of June. But, you know, it's been pretty quiet. We haven't heard a lot of definite stuff about what's coming out of the state. I have a regular call with all of the jurisdictions who are doing the rental assistance program like we do, and the staff from HCD, Housing and Community Development at the state level. And this is always the first question that everybody asks, and they don't have any clarity on it either, you know, and they're asking for these changes also because the state is also administering the rental assistance program, and they have also found that the legislation is hindering their ability to meet their own funding deadlines that they set. And so they're also struggling with it. So they have pressure from the participating jurisdictions, from counties and cities, as well as from their own staff who have been asking. And I think that it's been a little bit of a, you know, it's unclear at this point when that's going to happen. I also just wanted to note that we are working closely with our property owners in the county. We have a regular session every Thursday night that one of my coordinators does to answer questions. There's a really good relationship that we've had. We've appreciated working with people. People have been patient with us. And they understand that what we're trying to do is just make sure that we can get those dollars out the door.
Yeah, that's great. Again, thank you so much for that. And my second question is related to the communications, and maybe this is more like for the city of San Rafael, maybe, but because I know that actually many families have already left because they got the notice of eviction. So how are we communicating? And also I want to recognize our CBOs. You know, I know like Canal Alliance and Voces del Canal, they've been working so hard, reaching out like door to door to people, you know, to make sure that they are aware of this legal aid. But how are we communicating to make sure that the families are aware of this extension and so they can actually apply?
So I think it's probably really more of a question for Lily, but what we have been doing is we do have links in our on our website. We actually have been receiving calls from tenants that are concerned about what's going to happen, and we've been directing them to the county's website. So that's how we've been able to communicate with folks that are needing assistance and are fearful of what's to come. Lily, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
Yeah, so we have a variety of ways of reaching, mostly again through our community-based partners, our community-based organizations or nonprofits who are really on the ground. When the county adopted its own eviction moratorium, we did extensive outreach through those partners. Legal aid also gets a lot of those calls, and so we've worked closely with them. We are updating our website where somebody can put their address in, and it'll tell you what jurisdiction you live in and then what protections are currently in place. Because if you live in Santa Venetia, you might think, oh, I live in San Rafael, and you know the county's ordinance actually covers you because you're unincorporated. And so we have that tool that we're updating. I reached out to all the city managers to say, if you're putting something on your agenda, please let me know so that we can update that tool so renters can then look up where they live and what protections are in place. And then I think just most of that work is through our community-based partners and making sure that everybody's aware of it and what protections are in place. And then as it changes, that we are communicating that to us. And then our rental assistance team, which we currently have 16, and we're adding, another 5 people to it this week. Those people are in constant contact with tenants and with renters and landlords who are calling in, and so communicating that through them. Another way that we're communicating is it through our property owners and our landlords so that they're aware of the protections, and it's easy to reach them. They're a fairly, we have organizations that work directly with them, and so they're an easy group to reach. And so that's another way of informing people about the protections that are in place.
Great. Well, again, thank you so much for your work. And I don't have any other comments. I'll be very happy to support this and make a motion when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, Lily, too. I just have a couple of questions going back to the numbers. So all the numbers were San Rafael specific. None of those were countywide. Right?
Some of them were the first two numbers were countywide, and the other ones were San Rafael specific.
Okay, that's what I thought, because that's why they weren't quite adding. So the first bullet point was countywide. Okay. I just wanted to clarify because to spell it out for the people that might be close watching on this. You had mentioned the timing of the funds, and one of the reasons San Rafael is considering this is because of the timing of the funds and the time constraint. And could you just speak to that with maybe not getting super in the weeds? Because I know it's confusing depending on the tranches, but maybe you could just give a high level on that.
Yeah, so there's some deadlines that the state has set for June that they wanted people to spend a certain percentage of their funds, of the state block grant funds, by the end of this month, which we will not meet, nor will the state meet. There's also funding deadlines that the funds from the state are going to have to be spent by the end of September. The state will not meet those deadlines, although we may, if our funding kind of keeps with the existing trend that we have. And then our third tranche of funding actually extends out past the end of this year. So, but that state funds have a funding deadline of that 100% of them are supposed to be spent by the end of September. And then the first tranche of funds are supposed to be spent by the end of December. So those are really the two deadlines that we're looking at, is the end of September for the state money and then the end of December for the first tranche of federal dollars.
Yeah, and that's really helpful because it's being driven by the state. You know, when people might wonder why are we picking this end of September date, it is both to match Marin, but it's also being driven by what's going on in the state. So thank you for that. And then the last question, I know the Board of Supervisors have adopted a similar moratorium, and I read in the IJ today that Fairfax, I think, has as well. Have there been other cities? I'm just curious about how broad the protection is going to be in our community.
Yeah, so currently we have San Rafael is considering, Novato, I believe, is considering, San Anselmo passed through the end of the year, and Fairfax passed. We've done outreach to other cities, but I haven't heard from any other cities at this point that are extending it. But you know, with San Rafael and Novato and the county, we get most of our low income, the majority of our low income renters.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, and hopefully you can stay on the call. I am going to open this subject to public comment, and I realized I was speaking fast again. So, Madam City Clerk, if you could share with the public how they can participate on this item.
Thank you. Yeah, if you're participating by telephone, you'll need to press *9. Once you've been invited to unmute, you will need to press *6 to unmute yourself. And if you're watching through Zoom, just go ahead and use the raise hand feature and I'll unmute you. And here's our first speaker. We're ready for you if you've been notified to unmute. Darling is the name.
¿Sí me escuchan?
Oh, give me one moment. I need to get our interpreter in. So give me one moment. I'm going to toggle back.
Gracias.
Pablo, are you on the line?
Pablo is on the line.
May I request consecutive interpretation for this next speaker?
Of course. Está pidiendo interpretación consecutiva para el próximo orante. Dele, darling.
And also, for our timer, can we move that to 4 minutes for consecutive interpretation, please?
Y también el contador lo vamos a poner a 4 minutos para la interpretación.
We're ready.
Estamos listos.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Darlene Ruiz. Soy parte del grupo de voces del canal y vivo aquí en el canal.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Reese. I'm part of Voices of Canal, and I live here in Canal.
Como voluntaria, estoy en el equipo de respuesta de la pandemia en el canal.
Like a volunteer, I'm a volunteer here at Pandemic Response.
Y ha valido la pena porque tenemos un porcentaje alto en vacunas. También tenemos asistencia con pruebas del COVID. Y así ayudamos al condado para que reabriera los negocios.
And I have to say it was worth it because we've had a high percentage of vaccines and also a lot of assistance with COVID testing. And that's how we were able to really help the county reopen their businesses.
Por supuesto, los casos positivos ya son muy pocos.
Of course, the positive cases now are few.
Pero tenemos todavía dificultades con el pago de la renta porque es muy difícil que nos comuniquen con los que nos ayudan con el dinero de la renta.
However, we're still having, issues with the rent pay because we're having difficulty in communicating with the people that provide this assistance.
Y bueno, la extensión de la moratoria nos da un respiro, pero no resuelve el problema.
And the extension of this moratorium just gives us a breath of fresh air, but it doesn't eliminate the problem.
Necesitamos extender la moratoria y más programas para la ayuda de nosotros los latinos, por favor.
So we need to extend this moratorium and extend the programs for help for us Latinos.
Bueno, muchas gracias por su atención y permitirme estar en esta reunión. Gracias.
And I want to say thank you for your attention and also thank you for allowing me to be in this meeting. Thank you.
Gracias.
And we do have one interpreter who we're toggling back and forth between English to Spanish and now Spanish to English. So before you begin your comments, I'd love to hear if you're going to be speaking in Spanish or English, and that way I can toggle them back over if needed.
So, Madam City Clerk, are you trying to have people who are having interpretation talk first, if possible?
If possible, if you're going to be speaking and providing public comment in Spanish, I would love to take your comments first. And so if you are going to be providing your comments in English, if you could lower your hand and I'll call you up again following all of our Spanish speakers, and then we'll do once over, just make sure we've got everyone at the end. That would be great. Okay, we have Ariela.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Aurelia Vargas. Vivo en el área de Canal y soy líder comunitaria de Voces de Canal.
Good evening. My name is Aurelia Vargas. I live in the Canal and I'm a leader from Voices of Canal.
Yo quiero abogar por todas las familias que conozco y las familias que llegan cada día a Canal Alliance, que no han podido resolver sus pagos atrasados de la renta, que tienen varios meses enfrentando la misma situación, que no han podido pagar. Estas personas no han podido acceder a esas ayudas que está dando el condado. Ellos han tratado de comunicarse y no han tenido ninguna respuesta. Nosotros queremos abogar por todas esas familias que no han podido resolver la ayuda, y eso viene a acumularse más días de problemas de renta. A la vez quiero agradecer al Departamento de Salud de Marín y a Canal Alliance por todo el gran apoyo que nos han dado.
So what I do is I want to advocate for the families that I know that have not been able to resolve their back rent issue. They've been going through the same situation where they haven't been able to pay their rent, but at the same time, they haven't been able to also receive any help. Because either they can't receive the help or they haven't been able to communicate with the people that are handing this help out. So I'm here to advocate for those people that haven't been able to receive this help, which is arising more issues for them. But I also want to thank the Marin County Health Department, Department of Public Health, excuse interpreter, for all the help that they have brought forth to the county.
Canal ahora es una comunidad mayormente vacunada y esto ayuda a la economía que empiece a mejorar para beneficio de todos. Yo por favor pido y agradezco al Consejo de la Ciudad que apruebe la extensión de la mandatoria. Ya sé que fue aprobada para el mes de septiembre, pero nos ayudaría mucho a extenderlo si es posible al mes de diciembre. Y sé que hay mucho, ahorita pronunciaron de 26 millones de ayuda y no se ha repartido ni la mitad. Entonces, a mí me gustaría en lo personal que pusieran muchos grupos de apoyo en las comunidades, especialmente en Canal, que fuimos una de las comunidades más afectada por el COVID. Muchas gracias por escucharme y que tengan buena noche.
So please, I understand that this moratorium hopefully will get approved until September, but I would like to ask that it actually get extended to December. And then I see that there's 26 million in help dollars available, but we haven't spent half of that. I think we should have more personnel or support groups within the community as well to help advocate and help outreach to the community. Thank you again for letting me speak tonight. And thank you again. Good evening.
Thank you.
I think we're ready for you, Maria.
¿Estamos listos para usted, María?
You will need to unmute your microphone.
María, se va a tener que quitar el mudo de su micrófono.
¿Ya me escucha?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sí.
Muy buenas tardes, tengan todos ustedes. Mi nombre es María Salinas y vivo en la 1012 Irwin Street, San Rafael, por 10 años. Soy parte del grupo Voces de Canal. Debido a todo el equipo, doy gracias a todo el equipo de Voces de Canal. Hemos logrado un gran porcentaje alto de vacunas en el área de Canal. Con la asistencia de las pruebas del COVID, ayudamos al condado a detectar rápidamente casos positivos.
Good evening to all. Hope everyone's having a good evening. My name is Maria Salinas and I live at 1012 Irwin Street. I've been there for about 10 years and I'm part of Voices of Canal and I want to give thanks to them. Due to Voices of Canal, we've had a high percentage of of vaccines in the Canal area, and also a high percentage of COVID testing in the area.
Gracias a su contribución, el condado ha podido reabrir la economía para beneficio de todos. Pero yo quisiera también agregar que debido a la pandemia en nuestro trabajo fueron reducidas horas y no es suficiente para nuestro pago de cosas, por ejemplo, de la renta. También hemos vivido en el área de Canal por todo lo que hemos visto que la gente está sufriendo. Se está enfermando por tanto estrés porque no pueden pagar la renta y cuando ya van a pagar un mes ya deben otro. Es difícil y es triste ver todos estos casos para nuestra comunidad. Quisiera agregar que se apruebe la extensión de desalojos y que puedan dar más tiempo.
So thanks for the contributions that we've made here. We've been able to reopen the county, but also this has added additional stresses, because because of the pandemic, we had less hours of work. We're not able to make enough to pay for our things, like for example, rent. Living in the area of Canal, a lot of people are starting to suffer more, too high of stresses. And just about when you have enough money to pay for your rent for that month, your next month is already due. And you just owe more. So I please ask that you extend the moratorium of evictions past September. Thank you.
Por último, quisiera agregar que debido a la pandemia ha habido un gran impacto de homeless en la comunidad. Pienso que lo mejor sería que la ciudad debería acelerar el proceso para que estas personas tengan acceso a una vivienda estable. Creo que sería lo mejor para todos. Muchas gracias por su valorable atención y gracias por invitarnos a esta reunión importante para toda nuestra comunidad.
And lastly, due to the pandemic, we've also seen a significant increase in the homeless impact in our community. So I would like to ask that we somehow accelerate the process so that these people can access stable housing and stable living. Again, I want to say thank you for allowing us to be a part of this meeting, and thank you for allowing me to participate.
Gracias.
Go ahead, Annabelle.
Ok. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Anabel Vicente. Vivo en Canal por 21 años.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Annabelle Vicentes. I've been living in Canal for 21 years.
Primero quiero agradecer a la ciudad de San Rafael y al condado por todo el apoyo que ha dado a la comunidad.
Firstly, I want to thank, San Rafael and also thank the county for the help that they've given the community.
Voces de Canal está trabajando muy duro para la comunidad. Se ha vacunado muchas personas, se han hecho muchas pruebas y estamos muy agradecidos por toda la ayuda y muchos residentes y familias se sienten muy contentos por esto.
Voices of Canal has worked hard to provide lots of vaccines and a lot of tests as well. And I think a majority of the community of the Canal is very thankful for this.
Pero también hay muchos residentes y familias de Canal que nos visitan mucho cuando estamos nosotros dando nuestra ayuda, porque ellos quieren recibir la ayuda sobre la renta. Y es muy difícil para ellos porque, pues, primero, la mayoría no tenemos acceso a la tecnología. Segundo, ellos hacen llamadas y las llamadas no son contestadas, no son recibidas. El teléfono a veces no funciona.
But also, a lot of residents of Canal that visit us, they visit us because they want the help to pay the rent. They have, a lot of them don't have access to this technology that you ask them to go to. A lot of them make calls and these calls aren't answered. Or the phones aren't working?
Nosotros estamos apoyando a todos los residentes de Canal y por ellos estamos hablando esta noche que por favor extiendan el mandatorio de la renta hasta diciembre o lo más que ustedes puedan.
And so we are here in support of these Canal residents, and we ask that you please extend this moratorium through December or whatever time you can do.
Lo más importante es que se pudieran hacerlo mejor para que todos pudieran agarrar un poquito de dinero, no que algunos puedan agarrar 8 meses y otros no puedan agarrar nada, porque pienso que no es justo que algunos tengan la oportunidad de agarrar y otros no. Hay muchas familias realmente necesitadas que ellos no pueden tener el acceso a este dinero.
And most importantly, we ask that you do your best to get that money out, because we have some members that can get 8 months coverage and some that can't qualify for any. So we ask that everyone has that same opportunity to receive some of these funding.
Esperamos que todo trabaje para nuestra comunidad, porque la realidad Canal ha sido muy afectado. Nosotros nos sentimos contentos de poder abogar por ellos porque ellos no tienen la oportunidad de decir yo necesito ayuda, yo necesito que me escuchen y por eso Canal Alliance está trabajando con nosotros y nosotros hablamos por ellos, porque no es fácil tener una reunión de estas.
And that's why we're out here. We're out here, you know, and we hope that it all works out for the community. We're here for them. Everyone in the canal has been very affected. And that's why we're here. We're very happy to advocate for them and work really hard for them.
Les agradezco por la oportunidad que nos han dado para poder opinar y poder ayudar a nuestra comunidad. Nos sentimos muy contentos de hacer esto y esperamos que ustedes puedan hacer todo lo que puedan para ayudar a cada uno de nosotros. Y gracias por tomar mi llamada y muy agradecidos y feliz noche.
And I'm thankful for the opportunity to also help the community. And I hope that you can do everything that's possible to help out as well. Thank you again for having this meeting. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Excuse me.
Thank you, Annabelle.
We're ready for you, Blanca.
Blanca, estamos listos para usted.
¿Me escucha?
Can you hear me? Sí.
Ok. Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Blanca Salinas y yo soy un integrante de Voces de Canal y pues me encanta ser un integrante de este grupo que nos ha apoyado mucho aquí a la comunidad. Pues quiero agradecer también porque nos han dejado participar en esta reunión que es muy importante para nuestra comunidad.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Blanca Salinas. And I'm a member of Voices of Canal, and I really enjoy being a member of Voices of Canal because they've helped out the community a whole lot. And I also want to say that I'm really grateful and thankful as well for allowing us to participate in this meeting tonight.
Bueno, también gracias por darme la oportunidad de hablar ahora con ustedes. Yo quisiera darles las gracias por hacer esta extensión del moratorium para el desalojo de tanta gente que debe mucho dinero para pagar su renta. Yo siento que pues soy parte de esta gente porque yo vivo aquí en el canal. Yo fui afectada por esta pandemia, perdiendo mi trabajo y pues acumulándoseme algunos meses de renta y pues la verdad yo quisiera saber que ustedes que están ahí son los que van a apoyarnos a nosotros que necesitamos esta ayuda y que no solamente la extensión de la moratoria es importante para nosotros, sino que pudieran hacer más movimiento en poder repartir los recursos que hay para esta gente. Nosotros el canal pues somos una parte importante de todo este condado de Marin para volver a reabrir la economía para que se vuelva a ser más fuerte, ya que somos muchos de los que vivimos aquí, somos unos trabajadores esenciales.
So also, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and thank you for extending this moratorium on evictions for people that owe money. You know, I feel like I'm part of this community because I also live in Canal and losing a job and accumulating back rent as well myself. I hope you guys that are there are going to be the ones supporting us, the people that need the help. But not only the moratorium, but also to help distribute the money in the canal, because we were also an integral part and very important part to reopening up the county, being so many essential workers that live in this community.
Y pues algo bien importante para mí es que después de esto que pienso después, porque ahorita siento que la pandemia pues ha estado un poco estable gracias a que las vacunas han llegado a nuestra comunidad, las pruebas han llegado aquí y pues eso es muy bueno para nosotros, pero ahora mi preocupación es que he escuchado que muchos edificios que se rentan aquí en el canal están en venta, principalmente el mío donde yo vivo, ya ahorita lo han puesto para venta. Entonces, nosotros estamos con ese temor. ¿Qué va a pasar con nosotros? Entonces, necesitamos su apoyo. Esperemos que ustedes, yo pienso que ustedes saben qué va a pasar con muchos edificios que están para revenderlos. Y pues los afectados vamos a ser nosotros. Esperemos a seguir con su apoyo y también saber que están esos recursos y ustedes van a hacer los mejores para darlos a las personas que realmente lo necesitan.
And so something important for me after all this, sure, it's been somewhat stable, now with the vaccine being out and the efficiency of testing, which has been good for us. But now the concern is that there are some buildings that are coming up for sale. Specifically one where I live, that's coming up for sale. The sign is out. And I hope that you will be there to support us during this. You must know, I guess, what's going to be happening with these buildings. We're the community that's going to be affected by this. We hope that we continue to receive the support and receive these resources as well.
Gracias, Blanca, and thank you, Pablo. And just for people that are watching, we did add on additional time because we know that it takes time to do the interpretation. So that provide clarity on that.
And there's a number dialed in. You'll need to press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, this is John Reynolds. I live in the canal. I'm part of a homeowner association that rents to people from other countries, and I'm fully in support of.
John?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to stop you right
Yes.
there just because we don't right now have Spanish. We don't have the interpreter toggled for interpretation. So I'm going to go ahead and pause. I had a feeling this was for English. I didn't think you'd be able to lower your hand over your telephone. So I'm going to come back to you once we get to people who are going to be providing.
I didn't know that.
English.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I see Rovi. I'll go ahead and allow you to speak.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. My name is Rovi Lynn Antonio.
Rovi, sorry, I'm going to make the same announcement. I apologize. I'm going to make the same announcement that if I could actually see, it seems like we've concluded all of our public comment for Spanish. If I could see anyone who is ready to provide public comment in English, go ahead and use the raise hand feature. I just want to get an idea of how many we do. I want to make an announcement now. We would allow a recess for our interpreter. It's a mentally draining and exhausting job to do his job. So we want to make sure that he has the break that he needs so we can make sure that the messages that you want to get across to our city council is heard. So it looks like there are 3 speakers. I'm going to go ahead and toggle you, Pablo, back over into English to Spanish interpretation. And following public comments, we're going to go ahead and take a recess. Actually, I'm seeing more hands come up. Mayor Kate, I'm going to go ahead and request a recess now.
Absolutely, Pablo. We are so grateful for you. We know it's hard anyway, and over Zoom extra so. So I have on my computer, it's 8:58. So we'll come back together at 9:05. Council, you can turn your videos off. Public, thank you for your flexibility and patience, and we will reconvene at 9:05. Thank you.
We're ready, Mayor Kate.
Okay, so welcome back all. We took a brief recess as we're providing Spanish interpretation, and we want to make sure our interpreter gets a little bit of a break. This is a long agenda item. So we will now continue with public comment for English speakers. If I understand, and if someone still wants to give comments and they're speaking Spanish, we will deal with that at the very end. So let's go ahead and do some English speakers, and I will hand it over to you, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. And if we could just reset our timer to 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
And Rovi, I'm going to ask to unmute you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Kate and members of the council. My name is Rovi Lynn Antonio with the California Apartment Association. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments this evening. As it stands, the California Apartment Association cannot support the current ordinance due to some issues still being unresolved. We appreciate that staff had went ahead and made some changes to the to clarify that this ordinance would go for COVID-19 non-payment of rent. However, there are still some issues in Section 6M that still needs to be clarified since it still relates to other applicability beyond the COVID-19 non-payment of rent. The second is what's most concerning to us is the retroactivity clause that is on Section 6(1)(a)(3). We do appreciate that staff has stricken out the last sentence of that section. However, that only partially resolves the issue. Left as is, it has the implication that the ordinance will halt pending eviction proceedings that are already in court. These are pending evictions that may be at fault, where there are some significant concerns with the tenancy due to health and safety that needs to be resolved. But also, it could also include some of the eviction cases that were pending before the pandemic, but were halted because the court closed, and now they have resumed. The cases are now open again. So what we're trying to do is hopefully get staff to relook at these provisions, also look at 6M, and take a look at the preemption clauses regarding the 25% requirement, and see how that could be reconciled with the current, this ordinance that you guys are passing, as well as SB 91 Citra. And also we would like to state our support for help on using the SB 91 as the #1 way to resolve the issues regarding outstanding rent. And we'd like to provide outreach as necessary to also be ambassadors to help landlords.
Thank you, Rovi, and we will address your questions after we finish the public comment.
We're ready for you, Alice. Oh, looks like you removed your hand. Go ahead, Rosa.
Good night, everyone. My name is Rosa Vasquez, and I'm a member of Voces del Canal. And I had a quick questions to the 25%. I have well, I've known people that live in the canal area that have lended money from their friends, and they're even with rent. What will happen to them? Let's say if they were to apply for the rental assistance, will they ever be honored with something, or will they just be left out? And then the other thing that I wanted you guys to take into consideration is if you guys would extend the moratorium, since you guys already have it, let's say for September, why not have it for December? Because it's almost for the entire year. I know this will help a lot of the people in the community, like the canal area, because a lot of people were really, I would say, hurt because of the pandemic. Some lost their jobs, some got reduced hours, and it's something that has hurt everyone in general. So I'm a person living in the canal area and part of Voces del Canal, and I'm trying to voice for my community. And I wish you guys would help us with what's going on in our community. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for having me tonight to have these concerns or these questions going through my head, and I hope you guys could help the community in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa.
Yeah, this is again John Reynolds. I live in the canal for a long time. I was responsive to the needs of people who live in the canal when they faced ice coming in 2005, and I felt that would be a violation. I'm very much identified with the people who live in canal, particularly the renters. And I'm part of MOC too, that was looking to SB 91 to extend that to the end of the year, as well as provide assistance to people that need rental assistance, landlords and tenants. We need to do that. The state needs to do that. I don't know whether we can do that, but at least at the local level, we can extend the moratorium of eviction against renters. They're really people that need our help and need our heartfeltness to sustain them and their families. They need a place to live and continue to live, and they can pay rent partially, 20% at least, if we support them. So please do extend it through September 30th for sure, if not through the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Okay, and is there anyone else left that would like to provide public comments in English? I see none. And is there anyone else that would like to provide public comment in Spanish? Please use the raise hand feature or press *9 if calling in. I do see one. I'm going to toggle Pablo back over here. Let's first just verify this though. Could you let us know if you needed Spanish or English translation?
Español, por favor.
Okay, one moment. Pablo, let us know when you're back.
I think I'm back. Sí.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hola,
Dele.
buenas noches. Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Cruz Vargas. Vivo aquí en Canal por más de 25 años. Estoy también con Voces de Canal. También estoy apoyando también para la extensión a la moratoria de la renta, para que se extienda para diciembre, ya que es muy corto tiempo de aquí a julio. Solamente, como dijo una de las compañeras, solo la gente paga un mes de renta y ya viene el otro que ya se debe. También nos llega la gente preguntando muy desesperada. Estamos en Voces de Canal apoyando. Nos llega la gente desesperada para preguntarnos cuándo les van a responder en sus solicitudes que han llenado para la ayuda de la renta del condado, por parte del condado.
So good evening to all. My name is Cruz Vargas, and I'm a member of the Canal community for over 25 years. I'm part of the Voices of Canal. And I'm here to voice my support for this moratorium extension, and hopefully through December, if that's a possibility. And since, just like one of the previous commenters stated that, just as you collect your money to pay rent for 1 month already, your next month is due, and I'm part of Voices of Canal, and we've had people coming to asking us desperately, really asking, wanting to know, when are they going to hear back regarding their applications that they've submitted for this rental assistance?
Ya que yo también entiendo que es muy frustrante para las personas que perdieron el trabajo, porque yo también fui una de ellas que se quedó sin trabajo acerca de la pandemia, por causa de la pandemia.
And since I also understand that there's great frustration with losing your job as part of the pandemic, I'm part of that community that lost their job due to the pandemic.
Sí me gustaría tener un poco de información o saber cuánto tardan para contestar a las personas que ya llenaron la aplicación y así poderlas, darles un poco de tranquilidad a ellas y decirles cuánto tiempo en realidad tarda para que Condado pueda contestar a sus llamadas, ya que muchas personas dicen que llaman y no les contestan. Y en realidad yo las veo muy desesperadas.
Ooh, excuse me. And so she wants to know that, be able to know at least a timeline to be able to communicate this to the people that are coming and asking desperately, when are they going to hear back, to be able to provide them some sort of information and provide them some tranquility, be able to give them some sort of answer, because there are people that saying that they're trying to communicate and they're trying to call, but there's no answers.
También quiero marcar que hemos estado trabajando muy duro para que la gente atienda a ser vacunada. Llevamos bastantes vacunas cada vez que viene el móvil a vacunar a gente aquí en Canal, y mucha gente está respondiendo a las vacunas, y eso me da mucha tranquilidad de saber que la gente se está vacunando. Estamos también apoyando para que se hagan las pruebas. La gente que también está en contra de la vacuna, al menos que acceda a hacerse una prueba.
And I also want to make a comment here that, we have been working really hard to get people vaccinated. There's been a lot of people coming out to get vaccinated every time the mobile comes out to the canal. So that's provided the community with a lot of tranquility that people are getting vaccinated. But also I want to recommend that people that aren't or maybe are against getting vaccinated, that they at least come and get a test, just for safety.
Pues creo que es todo. Quisiera decir muchas cosas, pero pues es difícil estar hablando. Les doy muchas gracias a todos por estar escuchando nuestras voces de Canal, y buenas noches.
And I think that's all I'm going to say. I know it's, I would have liked to said more, but again, I know that's very difficult. But I just want to say thank you for hearing me out, and thank you for hearing out the voices of Canal.
Thank you, Cruz. Okay, Madam City Clerk, do we have additional comment?
I see no further public comments, no more hands raised. I am going to toggle Pablo back.
Okay.
And we are ready.
Okay.
Public comment. Thank you.
Okay, going to conclude public comment and bring it back. I know there are some questions that I heard. I think some are, thank you, Lily, for being here. I think some are for you. I think the first one that I had heard, and we'll kind of go through the list, hopefully between all of us, we've captured them, is why the September 30 date? I mean, I know the county has been the leader on this. You were the ones doing the program, designing the program, and the county did a September 30 date. So maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. And then I also want to address some of the questions around access that were raised.
Good, that was my other question. Thank you.
So the date of September was really intended to align with the rental assistance funds. And I do want to reiterate that our board said that they would ask us to give regular updates, and if there was continued need to extend the eviction moratorium, that they would consider that in September. They were also, there was also anticipation that the state was going to act, and this was really intended to provide people stability right now. And again, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not so sure that the state is going to act. And I just would say that I think that it's, it may be unrealistic for us to expect all of our renters to dig out of a year plus hole in a matter of months. So I think that we as policymakers may need to revisit the September deadline if we're not able to get the dollars out the door to the people who need it. So I think that the date again was chosen to align with the state goals of spending those rental assistance dollars by the end of September. And then if I may address some of the comments around access, there was a number of our Spanish-speaking Voces del Canal who talked about the barriers to access that we're having, and I share that frustration. With the online application, the state again required that we have an online application, and the idea was that it was going to make it easier for people to apply, to kind of make it easier to prevent duplication, but it definitely has been a barrier. As those of us who participated in the Apply-a-thon event that we had learned, it takes almost an hour to fill out an application, especially when you're doing it with you have somebody who's kind of translating. It took about almost an hour to fill out that application. And those were with trained volunteers who were, uploading the document. So I definitely want to acknowledge that the online application is a challenge. We are working with Canal Alliance, some other of our community-based organizations to have on the ground places where people can apply. So we'll have the county's application process, we'll have staff who are going through the applications, but then we'll also have places where people, if they're having a hard time with the online application, can go in person. So we'll be, as soon as we get those up and going, we'll be notifying everybody who has called in and is waiting that's available to them. Also, I mentioned earlier that we are redeploying some staff who were involved in the testing and the vaccines to go through that wait list of people. That's one of the things that keeps me up at night as I think about people who have called in and they haven't gotten a timely call back. And so we are going to be putting a whole team of bilingual, bicultural folks who are going to be just returning calls and assessing what those needs are and whether they're eligible for this rental assistance or whether there's some other assistance that we need to get them. I also would really encourage people to apply, even if you're not sure if you're eligible, because that's how we can know if there's unmet needs in our community. So, for example, if somebody owes rent to somebody else, if they borrowed money to pay their rent, if we know that's a gap that we have, and we can advocate with the state or with the federal funds or with other local funds to address that need. So I know there's a lot of frustration and people have been waiting for a long time, but I would say to both our renters and our property owners to please have patience with us. We are putting more staff on it. And we really right now are prioritizing extremely low income people and very low income people. And, we are spending, we are getting over $500,000 out a week, and we hope to get that up. And please, I encourage people to apply and to, we will get in touch with them in the next week or two when we get new staff on. There was also just a comment, about more units coming up for sale as people, that there was a concern. And I would just make note that that's something that the Canal Policy Working Group is looking into and hopes to address through a number of different policies, but really looking at making sure that people are not displaced if there's sales in properties. I think that those were the comments that I noted.
Yes, thank you. And you said it keeps you up at night. I know how hard you're working. I don't think you're even sleeping at all. So I appreciate all that you're doing. There was one other question, and Director Giudice, maybe you can answer. Roby's comments. And we know that sometimes we're, as much as we always want to be in alignment with the agencies with whom we work, this might be a place that we're not. So if you could just speak to those specific comments.
Sure. There were a couple of comments. One was related to the applicability of this ordinance to prior actions, and one of the recommendations that that staff made was to amend, and I'll bring this up in the presentation here. That I think the concern was that for cases that were already active prior to COVID, that there would be, that landlords would not be able to then proceed with those. So that's one of the things that staff is recommending that we strike out as part of the action by your council. There was another question about Section M, and for that I'll ask our city attorney to speak to that. But one last thing that was mentioned was related to the how it applied to the state's requirement for payment of 25% of the debt, and the intent is to extend protections to those tenants with this ordinance. So there would be no change that we're recommending there. Assistant City Attorney Lisa Goldfein, was there anything that you felt needed to be?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, reiterate, we did take out that language about judgments that were pre-existing. This ordinance just is a temporary stay, basically, of rights that landlords may have. And it also prevents new actions during the term of the urgency ordinance, so July 1 through September 30th. So it's not really depriving the landlord of a right. It's a delay, basically, slightly deferred. And as to SB 91, we are not changing anything about SB 91, but it does not provide protections for tenants who may not be able to meet the 25% requirement that is imposed by SB 91. So when that ends, those tenants won't be protected. And this ordinance is intended to extend a protection for 3 months to those tenants.
Thank you. Thank you for coming on and helping us answer that question. So I will call on the council members for if you have additional questions or comments. And I will start with Vice Mayor Bushy.
My questions have been answered. I'm prepared to support the measure.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lily and staff, for informing us. I think through this matter will impact a lot of lives, specifically those who might be on the brink of becoming unhoused, as well as some folks who depend on income from rental properties to make ends meet. But given all the testimony, I will be voting for this ordinance. And I'm looking forward to monitoring this with the rest of the city and engaging our regional stakeholders, CBOs, in the community to make sure that we're getting money to where it needs to go. And if need be, consider extending this again past September. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. Lily, one additional question. You did speak that you're going to be providing updates to the supervisors along the way. What are you going to be looking at? You had talked about the landlords contacting the district attorney. Community voices, like we just heard right now, I think are really important and powerful. And I don't know if there's any data that actually addresses that. So I was wondering how you'll be doing that, gathering that level of communication and input.
We'll be monitoring kind of how the progress that we have in spending the rental assistance dollars, getting it to our local housing providers, assisting our renters. We also have regular contact with our community-based organizations. We have a weekly call where we coordinate rental assistance. So that's a place where we're hearing directly from the people who are on the ground, who say, who are identifying those barriers that we may have. That's how we designed the Apply-a-thon events, where we had those large events to provide a place where people could apply in person. And so I think that's really where we are hearing a lot of our kind of on the ground work. We also have calls from renters and property owners. So we have that voices, we're hearing from people on both sides of that, of the issue, from landlords and renters.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gulati.
Thank you, Mayor. So I heard a question from one of the leaders from Voces del Canal around people in the community that they were extremely generous lending their money for some community members so they could pay. And in many cases, those are their savings. So they were asking if there would be a way for those people to get, money back, I guess, if the tenant cannot pay back that loan. Is that something that maybe the county has considered?
That's one of the things that we've advocated through, is changing that, where a renter could apply for rental assistance even if it wasn't going directly to their landlord, if they had debt that they had borrowed money and then they could repay them. So that's the way we're trying to address it. And that's one of the amendments to the state regulations that we have requested. That's where we think we need to make that change, is so that if there's a third party, that we would be able to assist with that rental assistance money.
Great. Well, thank you so much. You have answered all my questions, and really want to recognize all our leaders from Voces del Canal, not just for speaking tonight, but really going like door to door to all the residents for the vaccine, for the testing, for the rental assistance. We are so lucky to have them in our community. And I really look forward to also monitoring the progress, and if necessary, maybe in September, to see if maybe it needs to be extended again. So thank you so much. And again, when we are ready, I'm very happy to make a motion. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Excellent questions and comments. And again, I share the appreciation to the county. It's a big lift. Lily is heading it, and you're doing an awesome job. We're here to support you, and that is why we're bringing this to the council tonight. I agree with Councilmember Mike. It was great to have the Voces del Canal call in and participate and give public comments. We talk all the time. Lily, I know, talks all the time to staff, so we will hopefully get those updates that you're giving to the Board of Supervisors, and we will ensure. I see Director Giudice nodding her head, so we'll make sure that we are also updated as it unfolds. So with that, I would like to have a formal motion, and Director Giudice, if you could confirm that the ordinance that was in the staff packet, did it make the changes that you showed us tonight, or were those changes done after the packet was out?
So those changes that I recommended are after the packet went out. So the motion should include the changes that I mentioned. I'd be happy to bring those up on the screen again, if that.
Well, we'll ask Vice Mayor Bushy, because she is awesome when it comes to complicated motions.
Well, I would defer to Councilmember Gulati to let her make this motion. I would advise that you just reference the corrections brought forward by the director.
Okay, so Councilmember Gulati, if you could read, you have the recommended action, and then add in modifications as presented. Do you have?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. And yes, and I look forward to your support as well as I go through this. So I'm very happy to make a motion for an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Rafael, pursuant to California Government Code Section
36937B, barring evictions in the city of San Rafael through September 30th, 2021, due to the public health emergency arising from COVID-19, with the two modifications that were, three modifications? I saw two. Two modifications that they were presented during the meeting.
Okay, City Clerk, if that motion and second works for you, then please go ahead and call roll.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yolanda Scolati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you all. Thank you, Director. And Lily has already left, but we're deep gratitude for the work she's been doing. So our next item on the agenda is the Baypoint Lagoons Assessment District. There is a staff report from Director Bill Guerin.
No. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Bill Guerin with the Public Works Department. I would like to introduce Talia Smith, and she's assisted by Al Cornwell, who has made several presentations to the council in the past on various assessment districts, is going to represent us on this report as well. So I'll introduce Talia, and she's going to give the report to you tonight.
Welcome, Senior Management Analyst Smith. Thank you. We will turn it over to you.
Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor Collin. I do have a presentation. This is the annual time of year when you all see me and I talk about our assessment districts. We have two, as you may recall from our last council meeting on 2 weeks ago on June 7th, we had 4 special tax districts that went forward, and 2 of them actually require a public hearing. So tonight we are actually bringing the Baypoint Lagoons Assessment District as well as the Point San Pedro Assessment District to you tonight. I will go through the presentations very, very quickly, knowing that we have a lot on the agenda tonight, but there is a time for questions at the end. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Just go ahead and let me know if that works for you.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to start off with our Baypoint Lagoon Assessment District, and I'm going to start with telling you why we have a public hearing every year. So this is in the staff report. I won't read each of these. I will spare you all. But as part of the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, any assessment district that is formed in this certain way, which the Baypoint Lagoon Assessment District is formed, does require us to have this annual public hearing before we go back. And in this case, we're not raising the rate, but it is the same rate that's been stayed the same. We have to have this meeting. Just some history. The district was formed in 1990. Geographically, the Baypoint Lagoon Assessment District is in East San Rafael. It's located adjacent to the Spinnaker neighborhoods and the Canal neighborhoods. The district was formed, like many of our other kind of special districts, as a condition of development of the area, and was originally formed to take care of the environmental wildlife in the area. The really big thing today, which is what we in the Public Works Department are most in communication with our the HOA about, is the HOA's main concerns is really odor that's emitted from the lagoon, and we'll talk a little bit about what we're doing with the district funds to address that. There are 3 different funds in the district. The first one, the Eradication of Exotic Plants Fund, the second one, the Environmental Monitoring Fund, and the third, the Stormwater Pump Station Fund. I put their respective fund balances in here. It's also in the report. Just want to talk about the first one. Pretty much the HOA has actually taken over landscaping of this area, so this fund is not as in use as the second ones. The second one, the Environmental Monitoring Fund, we currently have a contract with Foth and Van Dyke. We have been talking very actively, Director Bill Guerin, especially with the HOA. They have been very interested. They've seen in Peacock Gap the installation of an aeration system, which has really helped reduce the odor. So we actually are studying that right now in this lagoon, and we are intending to set aside some district funds to install that same system over here. We currently have Foth and Van Dyke contracted to do a design. Finally, the K's pump station, I do want to point out, it's actually geographically located outside the district. However, it is very, very close to the district, and it actually serves as the drainage pump station for the lagoons. Therefore, it is very connected to the odor in the lagoons because it regulates the water level. The district is very interested in investing in some new control equipment that would allow our public works agencies to operate the water level remotely, as well as bring some of the functionality of the station up to design. And so right now we do want to say that the design cost of that is being covered by the district. However, we do have a estimated construction of almost $500,000, and that's going to need some external funding. We don't have that funding in the district. Finally, what is the assessment? It's $131 per parcel per year. It's been unchanged since 1996, and I believe there's about 150 homes in the district. I should have brought that up before I came here. It's around that number. Final slide here, the management of the district. As I mentioned, Public Works does work very closely with the HOA to continually make sure that the use of these district funds are meeting what that HOA wants to see those funds used as. A big piece of that was that contract with Foth and Van Dyke with the installation of an aeration system. I didn't get into it in this PowerPoint today, but in years past, we have actually applied for a grant that was, kind of concerning some of the lagoon and raising some of the levees around it, and the HOA wasn't as supportive as that. So we've kind of made sure we've pivoted the use of these funds to make sure that we're representing what the homeowners in that area would like to see. I did want to bring up, because we did get this public comment. We got this last year. We had one resident that alleged the district was only approved for 3 years. I did want to point out that at this time last year, city attorney did provide a very lengthy response saying that the city does support the continuation of this district and did review the records and does not agree with the residents' interpretation that the district should have only been 3 years. Tonight's public hearing, you have two options. One is to conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution and order the levy of assessments for the coming year. And the other option would be to not do that. So with that, that is actually the conclusion of my presentation for the public hearing for the Baypoint Lagoon Assessment Districts. And both myself are available for questions, Mayor Kate and Council, and then also Al Cornwell from CSW, who prepares the engineer's report, is also available as well.
Thank you. That was very clear. So thank you so much. But if there are questions, now is the time. Let me see, make you guys a little bit bigger. Oh, there we go. Vice Mayor Bushy, do you have any questions? No. Okay. Councilmember Hill. Let's see, a head shaking. Okay. Councilmember Kurtz.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Micah.
No, thank you.
Told you it was very clear. Okay, with that, we will turn it to the public for public comment. I'll ask the city clerk to share with the public how they can participate.
Yeah, if you're participating, it looks like everyone's participating on Zoom, so you go ahead and use the raise hand feature. And I'll give everyone a moment to provide comment or to raise their hand. I see no public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment, bring it back to the council, and I will just call on each of you for additional comments or input, and at the end, hopefully a motion. So Vice Mayor Bushy.
Are you ready for a motion or just
well,
looking?
I'm going to go around to everyone to do comments. It's just, and then, well, so if you have any additional comments.
No, prepared report sets forth all the applicable analysis, and I'll be delighted to move its approval at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah, any additional comments?
No comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
No additional comments. Thank you for the report.
Thank you. Finally, Councilmember Hill. Wait, that's weird. I see that you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Councilmember Hill.
My phone is muted also. Apologies.
Okay.
I do have a comment. So I actually did a tour of the Case Pump Station with Public Works. I do think that this is essential for the community members that are in proximate to the lagoon. Both for the odors that they experience, but also for safety when water levels do rise. I think this assessment is really critical to achieving both, mitigating both of those problems. So I will be voting yes when the time comes.
Okay, well, I'll just add my comments. Thank you, Talia, for bringing this to us. And the assessment has enabled the neighborhood to address in an ongoing way this important issue. So with that, I would be willing to entertain a motion.
I will make that motion. I will make a motion to adopt the resolution confirming the engineer's annual report of the Baypoint Lagoons Assessment District and the assessment diagram connected therewith, and ordering the levy and collection of assessments for fiscal year 2021 to 2022.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yudan Scalati.
Yes, aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. The next item, I bet there's going to be a similar presentation. We'll hand it over to you, Talia. This is for the Point San Pedro Road Median Landscaping Assessment District.
Indeed, you're almost done with Talia's annual assessment district update. Here we go. So does that work for you guys? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
All right. It looks similar, but it actually is a little unique. There's some different points here. So our other annual assessment district here that requires a public hearing is the Point San Pedro Median Landscaping District. So I'm just going to kick this one off. I'm going to skip right over these slides because this is the only slide that's exactly the same, but I did want to just remind everyone that this is required as part of the district every year. A little background on the formation of the Point San Pedro medians. There are 29 medians that run from about San Rafael High School all the way to the end of the Point San Pedro Peninsula. These medians over the years, and especially during the recession, had fallen into disrepair. The city did not really have the funds to rehabilitate these medians, and so there was really a community-led effort in the early 2010, 11, and they formed a district to generate money to not only rehab the medians, but then provide for the ongoing maintenance and operation associated with those medians because there is a considerable cost. This is really unique that, as many of you know, Point San Pedro Road weaves in and out of incorporated and unincorporated, but all properties, both unincorporated and incorporated, pay into this assessment district. In the MOU between the city and the county is actually designated as the lead agency. So that's why I am here presenting this to you tonight, and this is why you are approving this. I just wanted to get these nifty shots from Google Earth to show you that what the medians kind of looked like in 2008. As I had said, a lot of them had fallen into disrepair. So not only the concrete around the medians, but the shrubbery and trees. And today, if you've driven on Point San Pedro Road recently, in general, the comments we get from the community that the medians are a vast improvement over the medians 10 years ago. The assessment. So to give you guys an idea of what properties here pay, it's about $102 is what we're proposing for the coming year per EBU. The reason I say it's per EBU and not parcel is it goes into it in the report, but EBU stands for estimated benefit unit. And there is not a one-to-one in terms of parcel is one EBU. Sometimes like a duplex would be one parcel, but it would have two EBUs. So in general, properties are paying this amount. I'm just going to get into it here, but there is a piece of that which goes towards the operations and maintenance, which I'll talk about. And there's a piece of it that actually is paying back the debt we incurred in 2014 when we reconstructed the medians at a cost of $2 million. So talking about that first piece of capital debt service, it cost $1.7 million to reconstruct them in 2014. It is important to note that when they formed, the residents were given an option to prepay. So they actually paid a really large amount at that time, very small amount of properties. And that actually meant that they don't have to pay that annual capital service because they've already paid it. The capital service stays the same every year. This is just a screenshot of the operations and maintenance budget to give you guys an idea of when we say the operations and maintenance of the medians, what does that actually mean? The biggest piece of it, of course, is the monthly contractor that goes out there and does the maintenance actually twice a week. That was in response to the community wanting more maintenance. So we really increased that. We I'll in a minute go into who we work with on this district. And the second biggest piece that we actually even expect to go up next year with the rate increases is water. That is a huge cost on the medians and something that we've been working very closely with the Road Coalition in order to plan for. Some of the other smaller pieces are in here as well. I did want to show you that we are proposing a $2.99 increase. That is not to make everyone feel like there's a sale. That's actually exactly what 3% equals. So the increase is $2.99 over last year. I did want to point out, if you look at the table in the report, when we look at a year history, it looks like we had some really big jumps in 1819 and 1920. That actually is reflective because for about 5 years, we held the assessment flat. And the reason for that was the city, I would say, was still working it out with the community of making sure that the medians represented what the community wanted out there, and they didn't want to push forward an increase until then. That being said, the formation of the district does allow for a catch-up in terms of if we forgo increases, and I'll show you in a minute that we really do want to be increasing this district the maximum 3% allowed every year because the costs are rising of maintaining these medians. So the maximum annual increase allowed is 3%. I just wanted to compare in the second bullet here, showing you that right now we're still operating at a deficit. We're only generating 150. We have about 185 of expenses, although expenses are increasing much lower than we are revenues. So we are closing in on that gap, which is good. And we have some fund balance that we're dipping into to make up for that difference. This has come up before. Proposition 218 is a California proposition that says that you cannot increase a tax or levy a higher tax than what's allowed for in the formation document without going back to the voters. So we just wanted to make that very clear that this increase is what's allowed for in the district. We do not have to go back to the voters to increase up to the 3%. Management of the district, I just wanted to say that it's actually the City of San Rafael Parks Division within the Public Works Department that actually manages the contractor, but I want to just make very clear that we work very, very closely with Kevin Haggerty and Jim Dixon from the Point San Pedro Road Coalition. They are wonderful to work with. I've worked with them for years. They are very in tune with the medians, and they have worked very, very, very closely with Aaron Tubbs, who's a park supervisor. And they get weekly reports from the contractor. They answer our questions on Nextdoor that come up from the public, and they really respond to the public on behalf of us. They also put out a lot of communications that we work together on. So I would say we do a great deal of outreach when it comes to this district. I just want to bring up a few things. The first is that obviously we are in a drought. So this is continuing to be a concern, not just on these medians, but actually just with our parks citywide. So we did increase the budget next year for water because we do expect a rate increase. And the committee is actually already working with Aaron and the contractor for, as the funds are available next year, we want to start replacing some of the landscaping with nice looking, more drought tolerant landscaping because we do expect these drought conditions to continue. And I do the last bullet. It has been an issue in years past of the Road Coalition, really making a point that they feel like there should be more oversight of the contractor. They wanted more responsiveness. And we have made a lot of progress in that in recent years. And so I'm just really happy to report that to you all tonight, that we feel like we're in a very good place with management of the contractor and, really working closely with these community members. Tonight's public hearing, you have two options. Once again, you can conduct the public hearing and order the levy, or you cannot adopt it and not order the levy, which of course will result in possibly there being no revenue for the district in the coming year. That being said, I can't spell questions, but if you have any questions, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor.
I have a comment and then a question. My comment is to resoundingly endorse the progress that has been made in resolving the issues that continue to come up on monitoring the maintenance of the medians. There's been a great deal of cooperation and just a positive attitude brought forward by both sides to find the common ground and the common good down those medians. So thank you, Talia, and the whole team for their open-mindedness and willing to work hard to resolve that. My question, though, is very much focused on the finances. I noticed in your report that you said each year about 4% of the assessments are uncollected. That's on page 4. And I'm trying to imagine how they could not be collected because they're assessed through the property tax bill. So how are we losing 4% of the assessments?
I actually will start the answer, but I know Al is also online right now who does the engineer's report, so I'll let him finish it. I will start by saying actually this is the case with all of our assessment districts. It's about 4% of our assessments every year that go uncollected, but Al, I'll let you finish.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I don't know this for a fact because I didn't check the assessor's records itself, but I mean, I suspect that those 4%, the property taxes were not paid at all. So as a part of those, as a part of your tax bill, if you're in that district, then, you know, one little small piece of it is the landscape and lighting for the medians. So I suspect those 4% were not paid at all, but I'll confess I didn't check that with the county tax collector.
I'm just curious as to how this could possibly happen, because if the property taxes are not paid, then there would be a lien placed against that, and eventually it would go into some sort of foreclosure, and eventually I would think that these funds would be recovered. So maybe, Talia, you could take this as a to-do for next year's assessment report to find out why we're losing 4% of our assessments, and we need to go find them. But other than that, I will be delighted to support the measure.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kurtz, do you have any questions? No questions. Okay. Councilmember Urens-Gulati.
Yeah, thank you so much for the report. I had a similar question, and I don't know, like, I know with like the parcel tax, you can, if you're a senior, you can ask for like an exemption. So I was surprised to see, you know, that is based not on the parcel, but based on the benefit, I guess. And I guess my question was around thinking about equity and parcel tax, you know. It doesn't matter if you have like a humongous house versus like a little apartment, you're still going to pay the same amount of money. And that was designed that way. I mean, that's the same with like, again, the school, you know, system, but I was just surprised to see that. So I guess it's half question, half comment. And do you offer like exceptions for seniors?
I might have to answer that. I mean, actually, maybe Al, do you know if there's an exception?
I don't believe there is that exemption in this particular district. That's commonly done in schools and the reason it's done in school taxes is because seniors theoretically do not gain any benefit, at least direct benefit from the school tax, since they likely have no children that are going to the schools. The way an assessment district is set up, it's, you know, if you benefit, you pay, and the reason a small house would pay the same as a large house, to use your example, is that the small house theoretically drives by the medians as often as the large house, and so their benefit is essentially equal, and that's why it's the same. Also, I mean, this per parcel tax is relatively minor compared to the property tax overall.
Okay, no, thank you so much. And I will have to disagree with you on the benefit of the schools. I think schools benefits everybody in the community. But yeah, I agree with you. So.
I didn't say they didn't benefit. I said they didn't directly benefit.
Right, okay.
I would tend to agree with you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions either, so I'll ask Madam City Clerk to come on and help us conduct the public comment on this agenda item.
Yeah, so if you are interested in providing public comment, please use the raise hand feature. We have no callers on the line.
Okay.
I see no public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment. and bring it back for additional comments, or I don't think there were any more questions. Vice Mayor, do you have any additional comments or?
I do not, and I'm prepared to make a motion at your direction.
Okay, Councilmember Kurtz, any additional comments? Okay.
Nope, all good.
Councilmember Micah?
No comments. Thank you for the report.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hill?
No comments. Thank you for the report. Looking forward to supporting the motion.
Okay, Vice Mayor, I think you said you were prepared to make a motion.
I move that we adopt the resolution confirming the engineer's annual levy report for the Point San Pedro Road Median Landscape Assessment District and the assessment diagram connected therewith, and ordering the levy and collection of assessments for fiscal year 2021 to 2022.
I'll second.
I will second that.
Okay, we moved and double seconded, so we are ready for the roll call.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Urans-Galati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much, Talia. Thank you, Al. We appreciate all your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is the Public Art Pilot Program update in Mural at 3301. I'm excited that we're going to be talking about this, and I see Assistant City Manager Alilovich on our screen, so I will hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Kate and Council. Christina Lilovich, Assistant City Manager. Talia Smith is also going to be helping with the presentation tonight. And Talia is going to share her screen now, and we're going to walk through a few slides. Thank you, Talia.
Thank
so
you.
you can go to the next slide. So I also am excited to be presenting this item tonight, Mayor Kate. It's been kind of a long time coming, and just as a little bit of background, over the last year, maybe the Canal Initiative project a little bit longer than that, these public art groups kind of formed in the community, one in the Terralinda neighborhood and one in the Canal neighborhood. And so the kind of origin of, we developed a pilot program for public art in the city. And I really want to give the credit to these groups for really like putting together some really thoughtful proposals for trying to really bring public art to San Rafael. Next slide, please. So in February of this year, we brought a city council item to amend the municipal code in the spirit of trying to, frankly, bring public art to San Rafael through an equity lens that we changed that ordinance to remove the, I would say, the barrier to that was existing for some so that a mural, public art mural, would no longer be classified as a major physical improvement, which comes with kind of a hefty price tag to go through that process. And we were also talking with these groups who really had an interest to kind of figure out how do we create an expeditious public process that can really support bringing public art. So this year we also created a public art advisory group to kind of facilitate that public process for the two projects that we're going to present to you in a little bit more detail in just a moment. That public art advisory group is made up of a member each of the Planning Commission and Design Review Board, also some local community art representatives, a member who has diversity, equity, and inclusion expertise. And then for projects that are being proposed on a city-owned public park property, there's a park and rec commissioner that would sit on that group as well. All of this work that we've been doing over this last year in the public art space is consistent with the policies that are in the General Plan 2040. Next slide, please. So I'm gonna give a little overview of the San Rafael Social Justice Public Art Group that I've been working really closely with, and then I'm gonna hand it over to Talia to talk about the Canal neighborhood or the Canal Arts Initiative project. So I think in late summer, early fall of 2020, a group of Terralinda neighbors came together kind of in response to the chalk art mural that was up on the intersection at Freitas and Las Colinas in the Terralinda neighborhood, right there by the Safeway shopping plaza, and really started to have a really collaborative community conversation about how to foster and facilitate sanctioned public art so that it didn't conflict with our policies regarding graffiti. So the group has been meeting for, every other week for at least the last 9 months. It's a really, really great group of community folks. And the intention, the focus of this particular project has been to create art that's centered on the themes of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion through the lens of a BIPOC, a Marin-based BIPOC perspective. So next slide, please. So the proposed location, which is just at that same intersection, the community group would really like to see a public art project in Arbor Park. If you can see on the picture there on the screen, Arbor Park is kind of a smaller piece of land park on that corner, and the group really feels like having it be in that same vicinity as that original Breonna Taylor chalk art would be their preference. So next slide. So a little bit about process and the timeline. The group partnered with Youth and Arts and issued a call for artists back in January of 2021. We brought both of these projects forward to the pilot public art advisory group that I mentioned we formed this year in May of 2021. It was a really great convening of that group of people. I really want to also credit and appreciate those individuals that are serving on that advisory group. It was a really great conversation. The feedback was really positive and supportive of both of these projects. The selected artists, the thing that's a little bit different about this project and this timeline is that the selected artist, whose name is Orrin Carpenter, and he may or may not be able to be on the line or on, it may have gotten too late, but he may be here with us right now. His concept, his proposal that we discussed at the advisory group meeting is to co-create an art piece with 10 youth artists. That Youth and Arts has actually sponsored an application for youth to be paid a stipend and to work with Orrin, who's an incredibly accomplished artist in his own right and is a educator in the county. So that process would kind of unfold throughout the summer in order to have some more feedback and more community input. We'd have another advisory group meeting once the youth and Orrin came up with their kind of conceptual design or rendering. So we'd reconvene the advisory group in July, and then with a plan of bringing it to council for consideration for approval and installation at Arbor Park at the end of the summer. One last thing to note is the group was able to secure a grant from the county for $10,000, and then the city is providing a $10,000 matching grant in order to make sure that all the artists are compensated, and really in recognition that these community groups have been working with us kind of side by side to develop this pilot art program and to help us kind of figure out what's the best approach and what's going to work the best with it. So next slide, please. So speaking of community outreach, I already mentioned we had the pilot advisory group meeting in May and another one planned for July. We have a dedicated website on the city's web page that is specific to public art and expression. We use our social media outlets, including Nextdoor, to let the community members know when those advisory group meetings are. Over the summer, we'll also convene, and at this point, I think it will still need to be Zoom, but some community conversations that would be open to the open to the public once we've got that conceptual design rendering. So that's next steps. And then lastly, next slide, Talia. I wanted to just take a moment here and a pause before we turn it over and talk more about the Canal Arts Initiative project, and recognize and appreciate our partners. The community group is comprised of about a dozen Terra Linda neighbors. We've had Lorenzo Jones, who we've worked with in many other engagements in the past, to facilitate the group in our meetings, and he's done a really phenomenal job. Kristen Jacobson is the Executive Director of Youth and Arts and has really stepped up as the partner to apply for the grant to the county, and is just doing a ton to help facilitate the project and convening the youth and making the project happen. And then I mentioned earlier that the selected artist is Oren Carpenter. And I wanted to give, I think, both Lorenzo and Kristen, I do see oh, there's Kristen. Sorry, I can't see everybody with the screen. And Lorenzo, are you with us too?
I am.
Okay. Yep. I can't see you as oh, there you are. Okay, sorry. So maybe what we can do for a moment, Talia, is stop sharing the screen and give both Lorenzo and Kristen and Oren, if he's here, the opportunity to share some of their own comments and thoughts on the project.
Wow, thank you, Christine, and thank you, Mayor Kate, and everyone for inviting us to participate. I just want to say I've been the conductor of the train, and you know, as a train, sometimes we're moving, we're starting, we're stopping, but it's really been the community members that's been on board the entire time. And so I wish we could name everyone, but it's been a journey of love for everyone from day one. And yes, when we are talking about public art, when we're talking about social justice, sometimes it's not an easy conversation. And of course, we know over the past year where we started, and then with other events throughout the year, we've had moments of dialogue. We've had moments of pause. We've had moments of reflection. And so obviously this is a conversation. This is a process that takes time, but yet everyone has been committed. And I just want to say, most importantly, the art that's going to be created, it's really an opportunity to communicate, to educate, and to bring everyone together. And so having our youth participate is very impactful, very impactful. So we get to hear their voices through their art expression. And I couldn't be more proud to be associated with Youth in Arts, and for the city to partner with the community to bring art to the city of San Rafael. And so I'm honored. And again, thanks for giving me the opportunity to support this initiative. And I'll turn it over to Christine at this moment to speak more about the process.
Well, Kristen, would you want to say a few things?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thanks, Lorenzo, and thank you, Christine, and hi, everybody. Yes, I am the Executive Director of Youth and Arts. I had the interesting privilege of stepping into this role just a few months before the pandemic, so it's been very interesting. So I'm looking forward to meeting you all in person soon, hopefully. But I want to echo what Lorenzo just said. This has been the process of this community art group has been a shining spot for me in this journey over this last very challenging chapter with the team at Youth and Arts. And I'll say that we joined the community art group not knowing what the role of Youth and Arts would be, but just knowing that we always wanted to center youth voice. And so as the process was iterative and evolved over these many months and the starts and stops, as Lorenzo pointed out, it became very clear that through the call for artists and the end goal needed to center youth voice. And so we were thrilled to step up as the lead community organizational partner, if you will. And to that end, we were able to invite Oren Carpenter, who is a lead educator at Marin Catholic, arts educator at Marin Catholic, and has worked in Marin County for 15 years and is also a prolific artist in his own right. So we're thrilled to include him. What I'd love to point out is that this idea of compensating youth for participating in an arts mentorship is something that may actually reshape some of the model of how Youth and Arts works with youth moving forward. And it has such a beautiful integration of a program that could support youth and economic development and career pathways looking forward, that it's just so exciting. It's rooted in this idea of amplifying their voice, but also with this beautiful branching out of what could become their future in the arts, which is very, very exciting, and potentially as activists. So we're thrilled to partner with the city and with the county, and of course with community members in that way. I'll end by saying that we just finished our application call for artists, and we had to do it really quick because, as you know, this has been an iterative process. So once we got the funding in place and got all the dates and details in place, we had to turn it around really quick. And only within about 2 weeks' time, we had 17 applicants throw in their hat into the ring, if you will, to participate with us. We are looking to include 10, but we're also looking to expand this project and see where else this could go. So we're thrilled and so excited. And the youth are coming from all over Marin. So we had an applicant from Tamales. We of course had applicants from San Rafael, but we're really centering it on the Marin experience of BIPOC youth. So we're so excited. We will keep you posted. Oren had to jump off the call, I'm sad to say, but he is just so enthused and excited about this idea, and he is already generating ideas. So we will be back to present to you once we have ideas from the youth themselves. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you. Christine, did you want to add or tell me how you want to proceed? Or
no, I think at this point, because we have these two projects to present, it's really up to you, Mayor Kate. We could take questions about any of that, or if you want, we could have Talia present the Canal Arts Initiative and then take questions or comments at the end of the whole.
Well, being that, I mean, they are two separate projects, but it's actually a whole initiative that we're doing, and we're kind of bringing them together. And right, they're a little bit different. They have their own flavors, but we're a flexible group. So why don't we have Talia proceed, and then we can have questions at the end.
Wonderful.
Hi, Talia.
Hello, Mayor Kate and Council. It's me again. Let's go to our next slide here. Can you see this all right?
We can.
All right, so that's a small dog wheezing in the background. My apologies. So the Canal Arts Initiative group, we do have Meg O'Reilly and Rich Stork on the call. This is a similar public art project in terms of the same process that we've been going through with them, but a very different project and different groups that have come together, and it's a different area of San Rafael. So this is in the Canal neighborhood. The Canal Arts Initiative group is a group that came together completely independent of the city. They were businesses, building owners, community organizations, residents, and artists. And their primary goal was to really promote color and vibrancy in a very visible way in the canal. And they were focused on several different private buildings that they thought would be really good prominent displays of art projects. And they actually did secure a grant on their own. They are a 501c3 from the California Arts Council, and also received a similar $10,000 grant from the city of San Rafael for their first project, which is, we'll get to it in just a minute, but it is in the presentation, 3301, which is 3301 Kerner Boulevard, which is that building at Kerner and Bellum, which is known as the entryway to the canal, is what has been selected as where this group wants to focus this first big project. They selected an artist in winter 21. They have been working with a community review group. They're both on the call, so I will let them speak a little bit more to the details behind this. But they have been very, very busy working, and their artist has been very ingrained with the community, with both the Canal Alliance and the Canal-Based Parent Services Project. And they have been doing kind of a co-creation of the mural, making sure that the mural and the artwork represents what residents and members of the canal community want, and that the artist is very, very actively involved with them as it's being installed. Meg gave us an exciting update last week that they really are almost done with the project. They are actually doing it on panels that are going to be affixed to the outside of the 3301 Kerner building. That building was, if you recall, actually bought by the county during the Home Key program, which is the state program that allowed jurisdictions to purchase buildings and hotels for use for housing. So they are doing this kind of panel art installation so that we can get that up soon. But then also if there's any renovations done to the external pieces of the building, they will be able to take this art and still keep it installed. So here is what the proposed project is. It's also an attachment to the staff report. It is a welcome to the canal sign, in Spanish, Bienvenidos al Canal, and it has the various mural pieces that you can see around it. And again, this building was really wanted because it was very much the entryway there on Kerner Boulevard as you enter the canal. The last piece I was just going to present, which actually, before I go to that, let me go back one. And actually, I know both Rich and Meg are on this call, so just like Christine turned over, I want to, just before we introduce them, just want to say that I have been very much on the sideline of this project, just a little, helping them a little bit on the public works and city end, but they both have been completely championing this project. It's their creation. They have been very, very involved, both in public outreach and working with the community. And then also Christina Lilovich has been just a huge proponent of this project and making sure that that one and the Terra Linda project are kind of in tandem and holding hands and marching forward together to make sure both of these projects get done. So it's really been a pleasure working with everyone on this project. And of course, Mayor Kate, you two are very involved. So with that, I'm actually going to stop the screen share. And Rich and Meg, I know you have been on the call for a while, but if you want to go ahead and turn your videos on, I would like to give you guys an opportunity just to talk a little bit more about this project.
I know I saw Rich earlier.
I see him on. Oh,
there he is. Hi, Rich.
Hello, everyone. Mayor Kate and council members, Christine and other city and county staff. First, I'd like to say, Talia, that was a great introduction. You've covered the bases. But I've had decades of working with city and county and even state and federal bureaucracies, and I've never seen anything like this. We've moved mountains in the past few months. And I think San Rafael's in for a real transformation that's going to show. It's going to be a very visible thing. I wanted to show just some quickly some of the close-ups to show you some of the process we've been going through here. See if I can do this. You know the building. Is this visible now?
Yes, it is.
We identified this building as the gateway to the canal, and this is the precursor to what we think will be a program of a number of public art projects, specifically in the canal area. The building, it really lends itself to it, and then we've gone through the contortion of having to work with first the private owner before this, then the county, and then now to get approval from the future owner of the building. Tomorrow morning, the panels will begin to be installed on this wall. We've actually been able to create the artwork on premises in the garage of the building. So we've had a team of artists and aided by students, kids from the Drawbridge project that came to work with the artists. Some of the early concepts. This is the finished work, panel by panel, and our three lead artists, Oscar, UN, and Isidoro. And this all happened in the past few weeks. These are our students working with the artists. This is the theme. This is the whole idea of this invitation. And in a few days, it should look something like this. Just for those of you who don't know, the Canal Arts Initiative is actually 11 different organizations from San Rafael Chamber, Dominican Canal Alliance, Multicultural Center, Marin Society of Artists, other arts organizations, My Historic Studio Architecture, and Marin School for Environmental Leadership. We've had students involved, intern students involved in this project over the past year. And Meg, are you with us today? Is Meg Riley here tonight?
I don't see her getting
I see her. Okay.
Yeah, why don't you keep going?
Well, a very key part of this, which Talia explained, was our involvement with the Voices of the Canal, the Voices del Canal. We have had a series of meetings with them and some really scorching critiques and great ideas that have come out of that. And as a result, I think we have a very solid buy-in by the canal community. That's reflected. I can see a lot of visual cues in this mural that came from those discussions. I'd like to just open it up to questions, I think, if anyone would like to know more about this.
Thank you so much, Rich. We appreciate that. So hold that thought. Christine or Talia, is there anything else you want to add before we go to questions from the council? Maybe if you stop sharing your screen, Rich, just makes it, although I love looking at the art, it is super inspirational, but it makes it a little easier to conduct the meeting. Thank you. So, Christine, are we all set? Can we go to the council
Talia,
questions?
did you want to just go over the last slide?
Yes. And actually, I think I can just, the last slide just restates the end of the report, Mayor, Kate, and council, which I just want to make clear that council is actually not approving the art tonight. They are accepting the informational report. So I just wanted to be clear on that action.
Thank you. No, I think that that is a very important clarification because we're not getting into an art critique conversation right here. And I am so grateful for the experts that are leading this discussion. So let me turn to my colleagues for questions. I will start with Vice Mayor Bushy.
My question is a big one. Why can't we have more things like this? This is just an absolute joy. We spend all of our time parsing over financial reports, and we're going to have a few of those tonight, but they're great, but this is just a joy. And it is so critical. One of the things we've learned from the pandemic is how valuable art is to our lives and the community that draws us together and why we need this. So thank you. For all that you've done and will continue to do. Hopefully this will start a big process where a program where we have all kinds of new types of art throughout our community. So thank you, it's a delight.
I like the question and the comment rolled into both because I think we're all nodding our heads on that one. Councilmember Kurtz.
No questions. I mean, I know we'll have a chance to make comments. It's really is so many firsts. I mean, especially for the Terra Linda art project. And I know that you've been doing some outreach for the Terra Linda Homeowners Association, and maybe you can just share a little bit about the work. And thanks to Thomas, I know he's been doing that, but maybe I think it's important for the community to hear the amount of work that's been happening with the Terra Linda Homeowners Association as well, who have also already expressed their support and excitement for this project.
Thank you. Kristen or Lorenzo or Christine, do you want to answer that?
Yes, I can speak to that briefly. Okay. The Homeowner Association president reached out to us, and I think we had probably about an hour conversation. And the conversation was really about what can they do? What support do we need from her and the community? Because they are really enthusiastic about the project. They want to take all of our information, I believe they had, and publicize it on some of their content or some of their medium. And so they were very involved in some of the discussions. And even though they're on the sideline, we do have Terra Linda community members on our group. And so it's been a collaborative effort, and the work involved. I don't think I have enough time to go into the process, but it's been a journey. It's been quite a journey, and the journey's not over. You know, obviously once we get the artwork up, the train will continue to move in terms of feedback, support and maintaining. And so we've done, I think at this point, a very good job of trying to go through the who, what, where, when, and hows, and still ask more questions and ask more questions. And so that journey will continue, and everyone is looking forward to it.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
Let's see, Councilmember Hill, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions. I did appreciate the way how Lorenzo framed it, which is that this is just part of a bigger journey. I really love the physical manifestation and expression of what our values are. And I know that the history of the mural that was there during the Breonna Taylor, in the aftermath of Breonna Taylor's murder, that we could take such a positive step in our community to reflect our values. There's clearly more to go, but I appreciated that invocation, Lorenzo, of the journey that we're on. But I think this is a great reflection and a great, I would call it early times here. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah, do you have any questions?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for the presentation. I agree with Vice Mayor Bushy. This is so exciting just to see, the art, especially like in the canal, right by the entrance, and the reflection of the community. I think is going to make like a huge difference. It's not just that it's beautiful. So really appreciate the art, and I agree. Like, I want to see more. So this is great. So I guess my question, and this is something that it was because the building was owned by the county. I saw that they will be displaying this for at least 5 years. So I just wanted, basically, my question is around upkeeping the art, make sure that it's going to be there for the long run, because it takes so much effort, and with these artists to create the art that we don't want to go away. So the longevity, and also what is the upkeep, to keep it, I guess, fresh, if, and I know with the panels, maybe will make it easier.
Right. So what I'd like is on that question to actually have Christine just answer that, because it was very thoughtful, both processes of upkeep. So Christine, maybe you could just answer for both of them.
Sure. And then if I missed something, Rich, feel free to chime in. I think we've talked about the city providing some in-kind support for some anti-graffiti and some additional maintenance support to make sure that longevity is there. Because that is really important, protecting the work, the kind of sacred work, if you will. But the other thing that I was going to say in response to that, the question was maintenance and upkeep. There was some other thing I was going to respond to. I'm sorry. I think my brain is starting to fry a little bit. What was the question again?
It's because the building is owned by the county.
Oh, right. Thank you. So
sure.
At our advisory group meeting, Eden Housing is going to be the new owner of the building. That transaction we know is going to occur. And at the advisory group meeting, the representative from Eden Housing came and spoke in great support of the art and the project and it being maintained on the property once it changes hands. And they were very positive and supportive of the work. So I think that covers answering the question, but Rich, is there anything else you wanted to add to that about the mural?
You're on mute, Rich.
You're right, Christine. Until we had the buy-in, the acceptance from Eden Housing, which only occurred a month ago, we were looking at not being able to continue with the project because the county selling the building in a year or a year and a half said, well, you'll have to remove the mural. And we said, well, this mural has been conceived and is being created as a permanent 30-year fixture, and we're using materials and installing it in a way that should be maintenance-free for a long time. But Eden has gladly accepted the ownership of the mural and will maintain it with our help. But it's something that they have embraced. That's wonderful news to us.
Thank you.
That is really great news. So thank you. And my other question, more like a question, like a comment, like a preference with the art in Terra Linda. I cannot wait to see it. And I will personally love to see students that they attend our, that they are from San Rafael to reflect in our community. But that's just my personal preference. So I will put it out there. Thank you.
I should say one thing I wanted to add is that the Canal Alliance and Canal Arts Initiative really has grown out together on this, and that we have a large educational component to this project where we will be involving students through a documentary video that we're creating about it to explain the process and how it was done, you know, what the problems were, how we overcame them, how you create something like this. So that's going to be part of the Canal Alliance's educational program and as well into the schools.
Wonderful. Thank you. Kristen, did you want to add to that? I saw you unmute.
Yes, yeah. I should say that the majority of the students that applied did come from San Rafael just by the proximity, right? But we weren't sure who we were going to get, so we did cast a wide net. But we definitely hear you on that. So the workshops are beginning actually on Monday for 5 weeks, and we wanted to make sure that where we were holding the workshop was accessible by public transit, and so we're having it at Youth and Arts in San Rafael on C Street. So I'm sure I'm sure there will be a majority of San Rafael students that are attending for sure. But I hear you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, and I will hold my comments and my effusive excitement to after public comments. So I'll ask the city clerk to join us so she can help us conduct the public comment.
Yeah, if you're participating on Zoom and you wish to provide public comment on this item, please use the raised hand feature. And then I will ask you to unmute. And I'll give everyone a couple seconds. There's no public comment.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public comment. I know many of the council members have already given comments, but I do want to give everyone the chance to add on to that. So Vice Mayor, did you have anything else you'd like to add?
I do not.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz, I know you were refraining. Go ahead.
No, I'm just really excited. And I think even though all the work that we're doing and those who are engaged are really informed, we're going to need to do some additional outreach for the community. It's inevitable. Someone's going to I have no idea what you're doing. So, right. We always hear that conversation. And so please let me know how I can help within this district to help communicate and provide more information. I know the signboard's out there right now, and which is good, but we still need, we're going to need to do more. And so please let me know how I can help with that as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
The only comment I would just say is this took so many stakeholders, and even the process itself is such a great expression of our community, and I think lives up to all the hopes that we had when this was brought to bear. It was only months ago that this even came into existence, and I think this is just a great expression again. So thank you all, and I'm looking forward to approving the report.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yeah, no, I just want to express again my excitement. I think this is going to transform our community, and I'm so happy to see. Also, I'm so thankful for our staff in the city just to really push for this, because I think, again, it's going to be incredible. So, so I really feel the excitement from the staff as well, and all our community partners. This is like a great project, and I cannot wait to see more and more. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add my appreciation as well. San Rafael has been a cultural arts district. We've had artworks in our community for a long time. We've had a deep commitment to the arts. And one thing that we can do differently in government is we can have a public aspect of it. And we are walking into that with, Lorenzo, as you said, that, with all that goes, the social kind of hard discussions we have, arts in the eye of the beholder, all of that. And I really hats off to the courage for everyone on the screen and all the people behind the scenes for bringing this forward. Art is a way that we can start to have those hard conversations. And as Councilmember Hill said, it reflects our values. And that's why we do this work. That's why we're public servants, is we want to build that community connection and resilience. So I couldn't be more excited to have this report in front of us this evening, and really thank all the professionals and the artists that are part of this project. So with that, I will ask for a motion to accept this report?
I'll make a motion to accept the report, the informational report regarding the San Rafael Pilot Public Art Program and the installation of a public art mural at 3301 Kerner Boulevard.
I'll second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yerens Galati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. And I know we all really want to get up and do a happy dance, but because we're being recorded, we're going to restrain ourselves. So thank you all. Really appreciate it. And we will move on to the next agenda item. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have the final citywide proposed budget. I know we have Director Atia Haid, who I think will join us. I think we had you last meeting. This is not the first conversation, but I will turn it over to you regarding our fiscal year budget.
Hi, Mayor Kate and council members. Thank you for having me. You might want to get up and do a happy dance just so that you could stay awake through my 20-slide presentation. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to make this quick. We are going to make this quick because, like Mayor Kate said, we have gone through this. So I'm here before you tonight and I'm going to share my screen. Right?
Yep, there you go. Yep.
Great. And I'm here before you to present the final proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22. We did have a thorough discussion 2 weeks ago when the preliminary budget was presented, and your comments and questions were addressed during the meeting. So you probably noticed that there were very few changes made in the staff report. As a result, I do not plan on going through the full presentation unless you'd like me to, but rather I planned on hitting a few main points. So I'll start off by putting up on the screen a list of all the steps we've taken leading up to tonight, in which at every point, community and staff has had the opportunity to participate. Furthermore, our city employees and the finance team have been integral contributors to our budget process and the financial statement accuracy, which played into the GFOA award received and mentioned by the city manager earlier. So thank you to all who participated and supported. Executive summary. We're budgeting a general fund surplus of $53,000 for fiscal year 21-22. As a result of the Measure R sales tax and use tax 0.25% increase that passed in November 2020 and became effective this April, coupled with the overall better than expected sales tax receipts that are forecasted to continue, we are able to offset cost increases over fiscal year 21, of which they include unfreezing positions and removing furloughs. But additionally, we're focusing on supporting the city's goals and objectives and policy focus areas, of which expenses have been increased for those causes. And lastly, the American Rescue Plan Act money allocated to the city of $16 million, they are not included in our operating budget, but eligible projects will be assessed as they are brought forward to council. With that, I open this presentation up for questions, and I recommend that council adopt resolutions approving the fiscal year 21-22 budget and GAN appropriations limit.
Thank you, Director. And those were great slides that really capture how we got here. I think that is important. I know it can seem anticlimactic when we get to this point. We don't have questions, but I think that first slide really summed it up. Why we might not have any. So if you stop sharing your screen, it'll be a little easier for me to see everyone. Vice Mayor Bushy, do you have any additional questions?
My questions have been answered through this very long and thorough process, bringing us to this conclusion.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
No, I have no questions. I had questions last time, and there were many, and so I have no questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
No questions for me either. Thank you so much for the report.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Also, no questions. Thank you. It's nice to be on the positive side of a budget. Then it's a lot easier to do it this way. So thank you. It's great.
Wonderful. I don't have any questions either. I'll ask the city clerk to help us out with public comment on this item.
If you'd like to provide public comment on this agenda item and you're watching through Zoom, go ahead and use the raise hand feature and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. I see no public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment and bring it back for additional comments. We'll just go through the roll call because I want to make sure in case anything's come up. Vice Mayor Bushy, do you have any comments?
Nope, and I've got my glasses on, ready to read the resolution when you're ready.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I said, I think something similar to this last time, but this budget really is a reflection of deep commitment to, I think, responsible government. I think Director Atiahed and the Finance Department and all the stakeholders across the city have embraced good judgment. And I even know that we are able to look many years into the future, applying all sorts of assumptions and understandings of what may or may not be to help guide us. And so I'm deeply appreciative of not only that, but just the level of detail that everyone has gone to make sure that we're upholding our values within the constraints of our budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Very well said. Councilmember Micah.
I don't have anything else to add. I completely agree. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Nothing to add. My guess is there'll be a year 10 on the awards. So congratulations to you and the team.
And that was my only comment. I think it's GFOA. I can't remember what the acronym is, but I love that City Manager Schutz brought that up. I mean, wow, like we were excited the first year and now 9 and we know how hard it is to keep meeting that excellent point. So really, hats off to you and your team. That is an outside entity saying you guys are on point and doing great work. So thank you. With that, I know Vice Mayor got her glasses on, so she is going to read this important resolution for us.
Okay, I move that we adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget and 3-year capital improvement plan.
I'll second.
Okay, wait.
And there's going to be another resolution as well. Okay, perfect.
Okay, I just want to make sure because when I'm looking at it, maybe I have a different wording, but that one's sufficient.
Yeah, so actually if we could take that first resolution first, okay, and then follow up with the resolution language you just read. That will be the second motion.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
It's Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yeren Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That resolution passes 5-0. So there's a second part.
Right. Adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 21-22 GAN appropriations limit.
And I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yeren Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Nadine, and your team for your great work.
Thank you, everyone. Thank
you so much. Okay, moving along. The next item is approval of the new MOU with San Rafael and San Rafael Police Association. This is truly saving the best for last. This is always really, really exciting. So thank you, Sylvia, for joining us, and I will turn it over to you.
Sure thing. Well, good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. Sylvia Gonzalez-Shelton, HR Operations Manager for the city. Tonight, I'm presenting the second reading of the San Rafael Police Association Successor MOU, which was presented for public comment on June 7th. There were no public comments at that meeting. So just to recap, the agreement is for a 3-year term and includes the value of a 3.5% base wage increase for the bargaining group in year 1, the value of a 4% base wage increase for the bargaining group in years 2 and in year 3. Salary increase percentages for individual classifications may be lower or higher than the percentages mentioned based on the agreed to labor market adjustment for each position in the bargaining unit. So with that, staff recommends that you approve the successor MOU for the San Rafael Police Association.
Thank you so much. Any questions, Vice Mayor Bushy? Nope. Councilmember Hill?
No question.
Thank you. Councilmember Urens-Gulati?
No questions, just appreciations for all parties. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We will ask the city clerk, I don't have any questions either, to open up for public comment, and just to remind the community, we do 2 readings because that was part of a daylighting, as it were, that we had been asked back, I think Vice Mayor Bushy 4 or 5 years ago. The community had requested this. So that is why there are 2 readings on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. If you're participating and you wish to provide public comment, please use the raise hand feature. I see no public comment.
Okay, I will close the public comment and bring it back for additional comments. Vice Mayor Bushy. No additional comments. Councilmember Hill.
No additional comments from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
No, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kurtz.
No additional comments, just huge thanks to have a 3-year agreement with everyone. That's a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you. I absolutely agree. Labor negotiations really involve a lot of trust and conversation, and I am so appreciative of SRPA for showing up, having the conversations, and for our staff and negotiators for working as a team to get to this moment. It is exciting to have a 3-year MOU. So with that, I will invite a motion for approval, or a motion for approval.
I'll make a motion to accept the recommended action, adopt a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding pertaining to compensation and working conditions for San Rafael Police Association, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Urens-Gulati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. We'll move on to the next one. Thank you so much, Sylvia, for helping us out. This is on between the City of San Rafael and San Rafael Firefighters Association.
Right, so this item is for discussion and consideration of the successor MOU with the San Rafael Firefighters Association. SRFA represents 67 full-time employees in the San Rafael Fire Department. The current MOU will expire on June 30th, 2021 after a 1-year extension. The city and representatives of SRFA have been involved in negotiations since mid-March, and the final agreement was ratified by the membership on June 7th. The approach for this round of negotiations across the city was to address recruitment and retention issues by providing salary increases based on where classifications fall in comparison to the labor market. So an overview of the major elements in the city negotiated successor MOU. Again, this is for also a 3-year term from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. Year 1 provides the value of a 3.5% base wage increase for the bargaining group. Year 2 provides the value of a 4% base wage increase for the bargaining group. And year 3 provides the value of a 4% base wage increase for the bargaining group. Salary increased percentages for individual classifications may be lower than or higher than the percentages mentioned above based on the amount of labor market adjustments agreed to for each position in the unit. So overall, the compounded cost for this MOU is approximately $3.7 million for the 3-year term. In addition, there were some non-economic agreements outlined in the staff report and included as part of the MOU, which addressed language cleanup or operational items. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council take public comments and direct staff to return at the next meeting with a resolution seeking approval of the successor MOU for the San Rafael Firefighters Association. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. So yes, this is the first reading of this. Any questions? Vice Mayor Bushy.
No questions, but I'll have comments.
Okay. Councilmember Hill.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Urens-Gulati.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Kurtz.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will open it up to public comment. Madam City Clerk, if you can help us with that.
Yeah, if you're participating on Zoom and wish to provide public comment, please use the raise hand feature. I see no public comment.
Okay, I will close the public comment and bring it back for comments. Vice Mayor Bushy, start us off.
I just want to thank the Firefighters Association for participating in this process, for bringing it to such a fruitful resolution for both parties, and more importantly for our community, to have these issues resolved and finalized for 3 years, so that we can concentrate on the important things that our community needs, is just a blessing to all of us, both the association, the employees of the other employees of the city of San Rafael, and to the council, and thereby to the entire community. So I'm very pleased that we are, this has been brought forward, and at its next reading, I will be very happy to vote to approve it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lorenz Gulati.
Yeah, I just want to echo Vice Mayor Bushy's and really recognize the team, you know, our staff and everybody involved. And so happy that this is an agreement for 3 years. So thank you so much to everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
No additional comments, just agree with all the comments already made. Thank you.
I agree. Vice Mayor Bushy really summed it up well. This is the first reading. So thank you so much, Sylvia, for bringing this to us. The action, their motion, I would request a motion. I was just trying to read it and say it at the same time. That was not a good move. So someone have the, okay. Thank you.
I will move to direct staff to return with a resolution adopting the Memorandum of Understanding pertaining to compensation working conditions for San Rafael Firefighters Association for a term of July 1st through 2021 through June 30th, 2024.
I'll second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Lorenz Gulati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion passes 5-0. Again, thank you, Sylvia, for all the work that you've done with the team. And we will see you at the next meeting on this item at the second reading.
Thank you.
With that, we have a San Rafael successor agency, but we don't have anything on that one. So we're going to just take a moment for anyone else who is still on to turn on their video, just so we can say goodbye. See, people are there, you know, you stayed up and you get extra credit for doing that. So thank you all. That was a great meeting. I'm just so proud to be a public servant with all of you. So thank you, be well, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Thank you.
Adjourned. Good night.